Hey everybody, thanks for joining us. We're doing kind of a free form study group. Sometimes we do study groups with specific topics. This one is not one of those, like kind of anything goes, but there are some things that I would like to talk about, and we'll do plenty of Q&A and everything. But one of the things that I would like to talk about is this idea or aspect that we covered in some of the previous classes. We covered it quite extensively in the Foundation for Mystical Healing class, and it is going to be a little bit of a thing that we do in some of the upcoming classes. Not that the classes are completely based on it, but we're integrating this idea. And part of it is when we do our technique of practicing body awareness, right? So first off, what we're doing is we put our awareness on our body and we check in with our body, and then we look for the area that is probably, like, the best way to describe it, the most uncomfortable, or where there's tension. At first you might go to an ache or pain, but what we're also looking for is like these little weird kinds of like tensions, or like clenching down, like clamping down. Sometimes it actually is a manifestation of a emotional armoring. You're protecting your abdomen, you're protecting your chest, which is the heart, or you're protecting your throat. And so we're looking at some of these aspects. And the reason why we do this aspect of practicing awareness is we're really addressing fight-flight response. When we go through and do this, we're addressing fight-flight response in the body, but also in the mind. And one of the issues with the mind and the body are not separate, but a lot of times what happens is they are all on a piece of like a spectrum of sorts. But what happens is we become very disconnected from the body. The body and mind are very disconnected. And so for one, what we're doing is we're practicing a deeper connection to the body, right? And then we're also practicing a deeper connection between the inner world and the outer world, which those two are also just different parts of the spectrum. But for us, a lot of times we look outside and then we let go of that and we go inside, and there's no like fluid continuity between the two. And so when you go through and you practice this idea of body awareness, part of what you're doing is you are literally starting to calm down the body. You're calming down the physiological responses to fight flight. But what you're also doing is you're beginning to train the mind to be less reactive, to not, like, the best way to say it is we kind of think more instinctively than cognitively. Like, we have like reactions. And so some of these reactions are coming from the body, or coming from how the body responds to external stimuli, or sometimes even internal stimuli. You have a feeling come up or something like this. So a perfect example of this is like when you feel a little triggered or you get a little agitated by something. A topic comes up, you run into a person, somebody does something, and we get a little triggered. Part of this is a response in the body that then triggers the mind. And then the mind goes through this process of first the response, the instinctive response, and then it forms a viewpoint. And then there starts to be critical thinking, where you start to look at all the details, or basically kind of come up with a story. And then eventually it produces repetitive thinking. And we're going to go into a much deeper version of this in the 4 levels of bliss, which is next weekend. But the idea is something that we'll be doing for a while, integrated into several classes, depending on the topics. It's going to be integrated somewhat. So by going through and doing this, you increase the body's energy levels, right? You increase the way that energy moves through the body, through the meridian, through the systems. you diminish the tendency to check out, you improve the function of the chakras, and then you are improving the function of the mind. You know, the mind, a lot of times, we're not conscious of it, but when we're in fight flight thinking, it's not that we are thinking of particular things, but you're constantly just kind of looking for a fire to put out. Like you're constantly looking for, like, what about this, what about that, you know, you're having these thought processes where you almost start to only react to certain kinds of stimuli. And so for us to break out of patterns, for us to have greater levels of awareness, and more importantly, for us to cultivate the intuitive side of the mind, that initial aspect, that reaction of our mind to stimuli in the body is key. And you could say one really can't experience the higher soul until this has been resolved. This is according to Paramahansa Yogananda. This is also something that Holy Master Joel Kuhl talks about. And in some of the healing modalities, they kind of mention something along this lines. But if you look at what we talk about in Astara, in, I believe it's the first degree lesson, you know, they talk about a term, prana healing, not pranic, but prana healing, back in the first degree lesson. And it's basically this practice, sitting and doing Lama Yoga, which also involves a breath, and then moving your awareness to different areas so that the energy can move, shift, change, and transmute. So you could say, in a way, without having this practice, your ability to transmute things like lower emotions, I would also include lymphatic function in this, is greatly diminished. The more that you develop this, the more that you naturally transmute things. And then when you do some of these processes that we do with the oils, they become more potent. So I thought we'd start off with going through and doing an exploration of the body awareness. And so what I'd like you to do is pull out one of your favorite oils. Pull out an oil that you really like, that you really love, and let's just see what this does. And the thing with this is different oils are going to do different things, of course, but going to the body is just as potent as going to the chakras, but like in a different way. And so when you marry the two of doing body awareness and going into the chakras, it greatly amplifies the effect. And then you can go back and forth. And so these are going to be some of the things that we explore in some of the upcoming classes. But right now, let's just do a little exploration here in this study group. So pull out an oil that's, you know, like it's your jam, you know, you love that oil, right? So first off, just check in with your body. You know, feel your body. Where do you have tension? Where do you have tightness? Check in with your spine, your jaws, the tension in your legs. Is your chest a little bit tight? The abdomen. Keep checking in with your body. Now, deeper levels of expansion happened when you put your awareness on that part of your body and just be still. You're not trying to change it. You're not trying to fix it. You're just simply being present with it. You're being non-reactive. Your mind wants to bounce away or wants to try to fix it or manage it or try to do something with it. When here, we're just sitting with it. You're just observing it. You're still just sitting with your body. You're not inhaling anything. You're just sitting and being still with your body. Keep your eyes closed and be still. And now reflect on something maybe in the immediate past, some situation, some difficulty, whatever it might be. Just reflect on something. It doesn't even have to be a bad situation. Just reflect on some situation that's happened in the last 3 or 4 weeks. And you're just observing it like you observe your body. Now go back to your body. Check in with your body. Do you notice a shift in tension in your body? An area that tightened up or clenched, clamped down? How is your spine? Okay, let's take this a step further. Visualize brilliant white light coming into your solar plexus, your front solar plexus, the area below your abdomen. You're not inhaling any oils, you're just visualizing. Visualize white light coming in as you inhale. As you exhale, feel the tension release from your body, or visualize dirty gray energy leaving. So inhale, and then exhale dirty gray. Inhale, brilliant white. Exhale, dirty gray. Inhale, brilliant white. Exhale, dirty gray. Inhale, brilliant white. Exhale, dirty gray. Okay, now let it all go. And again, check in with your body. Do you feel a tension, a clamping down, a tension, a clenching, an agitation in the body? What do you notice? So these tensions, these clamping down, this clenching, this agitation in the body affects the mind, but it also affects your physiology. It affects the nervous system, it affects the endocrine system, it affects the circulatory system, and it affects immunity. It affects muscle, it affects fascia, it affects cerebral spinal fluid circulation. So when we practice our body awareness, then we start to use oils to try to shift this in some of the different ways and some of the different systems, right? So we're not just doing a chakra pattern, we're also doing this body awareness component. So this could work with normal oils for physical or psychological healing. This could work for the materialization process. This could also work for working with angels and deities, like it's across the board. And in fact, the work with angels and deities, this would actually significantly amplify the process. So what I'd like you to do is check in with your body, find your spot, and then take your favorite oil and begin inhaling. Inhale into that area. Inhale into your body, those spots where you feel that tension, that clamping down. You're still inhaling. Your awareness is still on your body. Then let the inhalation go of the oils, but keep your awareness on your body. Your eyes are closed. Your awareness is still on the body. You're just being still. Just let go of everything for a moment. Just close your eyes and just let go for a moment. Just letting go. They're letting go of everything. Just be still and just let go for a moment. Again, check in with your body. Don't necessarily go back to that same spot. Just reevaluate the body. Keep your awareness on that spot. You're just being still. You're not controlling your breath. You're just being still with it. Now gently begin inhaling the essential oil again. Your awareness is on that spot. By doing this, you're increasing soul energy in the body. You're increasing life force in the body. You're taking long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on that part of your body. And now just let go. Let go of everything. Just be still. Just let your attention just wander. Now, to take it a step further, we're calming down the fight flight response, both in the body and in the mind. And one of the big triggers of fight flight response in the body and in the mind is areas in our body that are compromised. You know, a little bit of arthritis here, a joint issue, bad back, you know, your liver's not functioning like it should. Even though it might not be causing you pain, it's still causing a little bit of a response. And so these situations can produce fear and can produce anxiety on an unconscious level. And so what I'm going to have you do is now visit one of your areas where the body is compromised. And as you visit that area, you're just sitting with it. You're just observing with it. You're being with it. You're not trying to fix it or make it go away. You're just sitting and being aware of that area. You're taking long, slow, deep breaths with the essential oils into that part of your body. And then just let go. Just let go. Just be still, be aware. Now, we want to also deepen our ability to be present with these things. We want to deepen our ability to be present with the things that are happening externally as well, and to be present with ourselves. And in this practice, there's ways to cultivate deeper levels of being able to be present and diminish the tendency to kind of check out or go into an automatic behavior or automatic thinking, which means that we're not consciously making choices, we're just reacting. So we want to diminish the tendency to react. This is done by doing the same practice with awareness, but now your awareness is on your feet. And this combination of sustained awareness with your awareness on the feet greatly enhances your ability to be present both with yourself, not reactive to pain, and then externally not reactive to agitating stimuli, right? So before you start inhaling the oil, just be aware of your body and then move your awareness to your feet. You're being aware of your feet, and it's the whole foot, the top, the sides, the heel, the toes, the soles of the feet, the whole bottom part of your foot. Be aware of your feet. Begin inhaling the essential oil with your awareness on your feet. And then just be still, be aware. Just let everything go. Now let's check in to things that are outside of ourselves, past events, memories, situations. Your eyes are closed. Check in with some situation, some memory of some event in the last 3 or 4 weeks, last day or two, whatever it is. Just sit with it the way you sit with your body. Just observe it. Just observe it. Begin inhaling the essential oil as you observe that external event, that situation. Then let it go. Just let it go. Check in with your body again. How does all of this feel in your body? Is there a new area of tension? Is that area that you visited before? Does it feel deeper? Does it feel less? Check in with your body. Your awareness still on that part of your body. Begin inhaling the essential oil. Long, slow, deep breaths. Just let go. So by going through and doing this, you're deepening soul energy into the body by practicing awareness on the body. Then when you go to the external situations, the external events, you're helping to emanate soul energy to that particular aspect. And so as you go through and do this, it becomes easier and easier to have guidance from the higher soul in these kinds of situations rather than just reacting from our lower nature. And so by going through and doing this, different oils carry different properties and do different things with all of this. But the idea is to practice body awareness and then the awareness of the situation. And depending on where you put your awareness in the body, different shifts can happen, but the bottom line is these external situations, even though they're an event or a situation that is outside of things happening within your body, they are still impacting you. They're still impacting your physiology. They're still impacting the way you think. And many years ago, we went through and we did like kind of a little experiment. And, we looked at somebody's liver and then we had them think like some negative thoughts, right? And then we looked at the liver after they thought those negative thoughts for several minutes. And the liver had a significant reaction, right? Then we brought up another person. We looked at their liver and we had somebody stand about 10 feet away. And we had that person think negative thoughts, not about the other person and not about anything that had anything to do with the other person. It was just something going on in their lives, right? So they thought about these negative things for several minutes. And then we went back to the other person's liver and it still had a reaction, right? It still had a reaction. Now, it doesn't mean that we're being victim to everything that's happening around us, but the way that we cut this down, the way we minimize this reaction is through the increase of awareness, right? Awareness of ourselves, awareness of the things in the environment. As we go through and we do this practice, that effect diminishes. So as we did a series of events and we did this like practice of awareness and everything, that phenomenon reduced significantly. And so if you think about like the things that you see in the news, not only do they affect you mentally, but they also affect your physiology, right? When you have events or things in the family or within the workplace or just in your neighborhood, whatever it is. they're affecting you mentally, they're affecting you physiologically, even though you might not be completely aware of them, right? Like one time I went, I don't know, I was driving and I passed through a part of Arizona where meteorite had hit. There's a big crater there. They call it like some crater, meteor crater or something. And so, I was like, oh, that's interesting. I would like to go see that. So I went and I stood on the edge of the crater, and it was really kind of interesting. It was, I got a little bit confused. My forehead super overactivated. I kind of checked out a little bit, like I got a little dissociative. And if you think about it, it's this thing smashes into the earth. It's a very violent act. And even though it happened, thousands of years ago, the energy of it is still there. And so when you sit and you are standing in it, that energy imprint is still there. And it was still it altered me a little bit, like and not in a good way. Like I had to do healing on myself after I left that place, because I was like, that was bizarre. And if you think about, like, you go into a haunted house, or you go into some event where there was an argument, or you go in, all these things are affecting you, all of these things are impacting you. But the greater the level of awareness, the greater the level of presence, the more the effect diminishes. And so in times of a chaotic world, of crazy things happening in the news, crazy things happening in and around us, we're going through, we're on the other side of the pandemic, but we had the issues of the pandemic, everything's really gotten shuffled around. All of these things affect our physiology. All these things affect how we think. And the more that we increase our awareness, the more that we increase our ability to be present, the more these things diminish. When they just become a kind of energy, you could say. And so by going through and doing this practice on a regular basis, you'll notice that you become more aware of the things going on around you, and you become less affected by the things around you. And, you can start off with doing oils that are very calming, very soothing, but at some point, there's different things that we do because we want to stimulate certain processes. We want to, we'll be exploring these through several of the classes over the next while, including the past class, the Foundation for the Mystical Vibration, or Mystical Healing. And so with that, let's go ahead and open it up to questions. At first, let's just do questions associated with the practice we just did, but then we can do questions about anything goes. Go ahead and fire away. Unmute yourself or type in.
Go ahead, Laura.
Hey, Laura.
Hi, Greg. I have one question about this practice, and then one question from yesterday that actually goes with this, but I can wait till later if you would prefer.
No, go fire away with both of them.
Okay. The first one is I need to. I'm way too loosey-goosey with my practice.
Mm-hmm.
And how would you do this daily, or possibly, and for how long? I mean, I know
you could do it for any length of time. I mean, you could do it for 5 minutes. There's times where I sit and do it for a couple hours, but I mean, that's not very often. Like most times I do it like 5 or 10 minutes. And so, like, for you, for example, like I know you have like those issues with your knees, and you're getting treatment and everything's feeling better. But if you think about like what pain syndromes are and what like arthritis is and everything like that, it's very triggering to the fight flight response, because your body knows that something's wrong and it wants to address it. So arthritis, for example, I talked about this in one of the pain classes a long time ago, that when there's deposits in a joint, psychologically, the response is actually a fear response, because the physiology knows that something's compromised, so it starts to cause like a mental reaction in the body. And so one of the things that you can do, like I talked about this in one of the super early pain classes. I don't know that anybody here, I think it was mostly nurse practitioners that I taught this to, but but basically what I talked to them about doing is using oils that are tied to reducing the fight-flight response, and then visiting the different compromised areas in the body, and like being able to go through and say, like with like lemongrass or something. And it's not so much about the pain, it's not so much about the inflammation or anything like that, but it's the responses to it that happen after the fact. And so by going through, like, your practice could just simply be like sitting and just being aware of your knees. And we can even set aside doing it with oils. Like if you just sat and was like, okay, I'm going to be aware of my knees, I'm just going to see how I feel, I'm going to relax into it, I'm just going to be present with it. And for one, it feels like the body relaxes. A lot of times pain levels reduce, like function and mobility usually increases, but then you'll notice that like the peace of mind, your mind becomes less reactive to things. And the issue is that, like, when you have a pain syndrome, your body starts to go into fight flight because it's wanting to resolve something. It's wanting you to like, take care of this. This is painful. This is destabilizing. This is harder for you to thrive in the environment. And so what happens over a period of time is your mind keeps checking in with that area, and it might be conscious, it might be unconscious. A perfect example of this is you have a little sore in your mouth. How many times a minute does your tongue go over there and go, still there, still there, hasn't changed, still there, still there, hasn't changed. It's getting a little raw from my tongue touching it all the time. It just keeps going and going and going, and it becomes like a dog with a bone. And so eventually this turns into a kind of fixation, where we fixate on either that body part or not allowing other things to come in that would compromise our body. It's very unconscious. Like it's not even mental, it's actually physiological, but eventually it affects the mind. And so, like, because I like you, I have like a bunch of injuries just from my youth. Like, I got a broken back, a blown out shoulder, multiple knee surgeries. And so there's times where I sit and I just go, let's do the tour. Let's check in with the back, let's check in with the shoulder. And I notice whenever I do that, I didn't think I was anxious, but all of a sudden I'm a little bit calmer. I'm a little bit like, I don't feel like there's like this undefined edge internally. And I don't know that other people really notice, but like I feel like I can go and not be so hyper vigilant internally. And a lot of times I'm not even aware that it's there until it's gone. And then I was like, man, that was taking up a lot of time and energy in my mind of managing this, especially when the back gets bad. Like when my back gets bad, like my mind gets really fixated on it, right? And so by going through and doing this, it like unwinds all those effects. And so it literally can just be a thing. This is what I suggested back in the day, is this is what I would do right as you're going to bed, right? And here's the reason is it becomes very common in pain syndromes that eventually what happens is you develop a little bit of a sleep issue. You develop a little bit of a sleep, maybe not a sleep disorder, but it's starting to go there. Like it's circling the drain. You know what I mean? And the issue is that during the day you have action, you have your attention's drawn to other things, other places, you're dealing with stuff. But then when you go to lay down, you don't have all the distractions, and you become even more aware of, my body hurts, my shoulder wasn't working like it should, I was compensating for my back the way, through part of the day, I was changing things that I was going to do because I was managing pain, right? And so as you're laying there, you'll notice that pain, a lot of times when you lay down to go to bed, begins to intensify because of this. Like, it was always there, but because of this, you're becoming more aware of it. And then it kind of throws you into a little bit of a fight flight thing. And then it doesn't allow you to go into deeper levels of sleep. And so by going and practicing just like awareness, and you're being present with it, and by being present with it, you're relaxing it, you're calming your mind's reaction to it, like you're doing all those things. And you'll notice that even if the pain goes up a little bit when you're putting your awareness on it, in a very short amount of time, the pain goes down and you become more relaxed. And then when you lay down to go to sleep, you just conk out, unless there's other factors. But it diminishes the secondary things that happen from pain syndromes and arthritic syndromes that eventually turns and makes it more difficult to deal with. So, the very first thing is any sort of pain syndrome, our body goes into a little bit of fight flight. And then with a little bit of fight flight, it starts to linger into what we call hypochondriasis, which means your mind just becomes fixated on the syndrome, the compromised body part. And then the stage after that is the sleep issue or the sleep disorder. And so, in the early stages of when I first injured my back, I had horrible insomnia. I mean, horrible insomnia. And, it took a lot of years to actually unwind it. I mean, it did not go away quick. And so the more that I kind of relaxed into it and just would sit with it and just be aware of it, all of a sudden I noticed I started calming down more. And this was before I even knew this meditation and or this practice, I should say. And the more that I kept doing it, the more that it changed things. And then a little bit later, I came upon doing this meditation with sustained awareness, and I was like, oh, look, this is literally what I thought. Oh, look, they meditate on their pain. That's interesting, but that's not what it is. But for me, that was my first experience with it. So I just thought that's what people are doing. They're meditating on their pain. And I was like, that's kind of weird. But and then I realized, yeah, that's my weird thing that I did on my head. They're not meditating on pain. They're practicing body awareness. My first experience with that was pain. So that's how my brain processed it, right? But even if you just did it for like 5 minutes, like daily, you'll notice that yeah, I don't really think about my pain areas that much, unless it's like, oh, I gotta go downstairs and my knees hurt, or, like for me, my back, I'll like go, oh, I gotta pick something up, and how heavy is it? How far do I have to go? Do I have to hold it out? Like all those things. But even then, it's just more like you're thinking it out rather than like, oh, I can't do that. You know what I mean? You have less of a reaction in the mind. And so I would say like doing even if it's not every day, but like daily, I think it would make your body feel better during the day, but it would increase your potential for sleep at night. And even if you didn't do it with oils, even if you just did it with your awareness, that could be quite helpful. Oils will magnify the effect, but even if you lay down, you go, oh, my oils are all the way across the room, I don't want to get up. Just sit and do the practice without the oils. Like, it will still produce a result.
Great, thank you. And I do have another question, and
Sure, by the way.
and it may not be for the whole group, and you can tell me that, but this goes with yesterday, but it also goes with this today. I've had 10 years with pretty traumatic stuff that has occurred with the
Mhm.
loss of my son and other things.
Sure.
And
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
I lost 40 pounds after Sam died. And then I gained it back plus more, and everyone, my medical professionals were talking about, the evolutionary process, what your body does, that when you drop that weight that fast, it comes back on. So of course, not only did it come back on, but it came on with a vengeance. And I went from my normal weight to way too low to way too high, much higher than I wanted to be, what I felt comfortable with. And I'm really working at weight loss now to get back to where I was originally. And you still hear the evolutionary stuff being discussed when I'm working on this. And so when I was listening yesterday to something you said, and to be honest, I can't remember exactly what it was, it triggered that thought. And with this body awareness, that's brain endocrine, I would guess. Is that something I need to be doing, body awareness, to help my physiology?
Yeah, I think it would actually help that, because part of what happens when you go through and do this, you're also helping the lymphatic system, and the lymphatic system and endocrine system work kind of closely, because like you could think of the lymphatic system as being the UPS of the endocrine system. It does a lot of the delivery for endocrine function. I mean, other things do as well, but lymphatic can do it. And the thing that's interesting about lymphatic function is it calms down, like when it's backed up, it overstimulates the sensory nerves, and when it's flowing well, the nerves calm down, and it increases your potential for transmutation of like lower emotions and things like that. And so it gives you a deeper sense of well-being. And it's not because of how you feel emotionally or mentally, but it's because the body goes into like a different state. And so endocrine function and lymphatic function would be the two things that I would really look at.
Okay, so I guess the question would be, and I can go back in and get the oils, but if you've got them, off the top of the head. But the other thing is, would you also be doing sustained awareness?
Yes.
And what would you focus on with the sustained
I
awareness?
would just check in with your body, like just check in with the parts of your body where, even if it's the mechanisms, like when you feel hungry or when you feel like the drive to eat, like even if you just go, okay, but am I hungry or am I, because sometimes the eating is like a way to calm down the fight flight response. It's a way to calm down the stress that's in the nervous system. And I've had people practice this with digestion and with the like the eating mechanism, and they'll even talk about like they can feel certain nerves like in their gut, like that they were not aware of before, and they'll go, yeah, that's like that feeling right there is why I'll eat sometimes. And so I would say you could explore like your gut, or like when the drive for like eating comes up, that's not just like, oh, it's time for lunch, but like, okay, it's some odd time during the day and you're going to have a snack, or you just feel like driven to eat. It's like, how much of that is that I'm hungry, and how much of that is I'm trying to calm down this sympathetic response, the sympathetic being fight with that, you can kind of break a little bit of the pattern. And the other thing to keep in mind too, with doing things that kind of change your appetite and everything, and I go back to the lymphatic function, is stimulating lymphatic function is good, but part of moving lymph is also being sure that you're well hydrated. And part of how the lymphatic system gets rid of some of the lymph that it's collected is through the kidneys. And if you increase water intake, not massively, but you drink a little bit more water than you normally do, and then you use a diuretic, so lovage, sandalwood, parsley, juniper, any of those things. So you're taking in more water, but then you're flushing it out. That right there will change your appetite, and you're treating the lymphatic system by going through and doing that. But what starts to happen is it calms down parts of the nervous system where your neurological drive to eat shifts and changes, and it changes your appetite levels. It basically it changes your relationship with like food, or with like why you're eating and when you're eating.
Excellent. Thank you.
Yeah, you're so welcome. Yeah, keep me posted on that. Like, just whatever diuretic that you have, like, it doesn't have to be anything fancy. You just want to keep the fluid moving. I mean, basically, you don't want to just be taking in water and then, sometimes the body just starts dumping it in areas. So you want to use a diuretic to like keep it moving. And yeah.
Were there other oils with the endocrine system, or any other things with any of it that you?
So yeah, like you can use lemon verbena, but lemon verbena, things like black spruce and Sylvester pine, Neoli are all good for pituitary function and some of the other glands. But also, you have a couple. You can use cypress to jumpstart the pancreas a bit. But the
On
thing
your
that,
wrists or what?
oh no, it would have to be internal. Yeah,
Oh, I didn't know
it
you
would
could
have
do
to be
that.
internal. But even more so, like the use of the frankincense or myrrh, or the blend 3 Wiseman, it jumpstarts all the glands. And I've been doing it for quite a while, just because as I get older, the glands don't work quite like they used to, right? And so it affects the mind, it affects whatever. And I take it when I remember. I take it every day. I mean, like, I usually take it like 5 or 6 days a week. There's usually a day or two that I forget or whatever, but I have it like right in front of me. So when I sit down in the morning, I try to take it.
How
And
much do you take?
I take 10, 12 drops. Like
Okay.
3 or 4 is good, but like if you want to go big, 8, 10 drops is pretty okay. And I do that every day, and I gotta say, I notice when I'm not taking it. Like, all of a sudden I'm like, God, I just don't feel like, I feel off. And then I'll realize I haven't taken it for 2 or 3 days. My energy levels are different, my cognitive function's better, my physical energy levels are better, just a lot of my normal functions improve just by taking the frankincense or myrrh, or I'm doing 3 Wiseman, but same thing. When I take it, I feel like I'm a better person. Like, I feel physically better, but also when I interact with other people, I feel like I interact better, and that is also, again, endocrine function.
Very helpful. Thank you.
Good. Yeah. And like on top of that, the frankincense and myrrh also help with pain management. They also help reduce inflammation in the body, and they help to stimulate cerebrospinal fluid circulation. So you're getting a lot of benefits, not just endocrine function, but it's improving the function of your nervous system, and it's reducing inflammation all at the same time. So good reasons to be using it.
Excellent. Thank you.
You're so.
And then go ahead, Lisa, then Marianne.
Hey, Lisa.
Let's get you unmuted.
Okay, go ahead.
Yep, we can hear you.
Oh, okay. Hi, Greg.
Hey, how are you?
Oh, I'm echoing just a second. I had a question. I have been doing the protocol. Sorry, I missed the class in Seattle. I really wanted to come, but I've been doing the protocol with oils and then for protection. But my question is, my mother, she's 87, her health and her mind are kind of failing. There's probably some
Mhm.
dementia going on, but she's lately had hip in her pain or pain in her hip.
Mhm.
And she's been just like crazy, like 20 phone calls and projecting, all this
Yeah,
crazy
yeah,
stuff that
yeah.
making up all these stories and anyways, I've been spending more time with my parents. They're drinking and a lot is going on. But what I noticed is when when people work on me, my chakras are very prickly. And then I almost feel it feels like it's affecting my brain. Like I feel like I'm coming down with dementia. I can't remember words and I feel very scattered. And I just don't know how to kind of I try to protect myself before I go over. And, I've been doing the protection at night with the oils, but I don't know how to counterbalance what's going. And I know that, she's my mother, so it's not like I can walk away, but I don't know how to kind of counterbalance it or
Sure.
not take
Yeah, yeah.
on, absorb
No, I
all
get
that
it.
stuff.
Yeah, I get it. So I would do a couple of things. Like the protection and everything, that's probably helpful, but some of it is because you're interacting, because they're your parents, and I the protection will help some, but it's not going to help massively because you have not just negative chords, but you have good chords with your
Yeah.
parents. And sometimes what happens is those good chords get contaminated. They become like a pathway for their stress and their anxiety and their agitation to flow through. And so even though you go through and you clean up other things, those things are still there. So I would use things to clean your chords. So you have a couple of choices. One would be the ironbark eucalyptus, or use the etheric cord blend. And I mean, I would be inhaling that because of your situation, probably 3 or 4 times a day. And
Okay.
just inhaling in general will do it, but you can even go, okay, mom, and then dad. Like you think of mom, and then you inhale a bunch, and then you think of dad, and you inhale a bunch. So I would do that. And I would also be inhaling hyssop. And the reason why I would inhale hyssop is hyssop diminishes the tendency for us to absorb negativity from the environment. Be it a person, a place, a thing. If you walk onto a battlefield, or my thing about the crater, like if I had inhaled a bunch of hyssop, I probably wouldn't have had the reaction, or would have had a very small version of that reaction. But I'd been in the car for a while. I was ready to get out. I was ready to walk around, and I was like, "Yeah, we're out in the middle of nowhere. This is kind of a cool thing. I like meteorites.
Yeah.
And so I did it, and afterwards I was like, "Yeah, it wasn't my best idea." So hyssop diminishes the tendency to absorb negativity across the board. And so in this situation, you're dealing with people that, there's a little bit of dementia. So they either become usually a little bit more docile and childlike when they have dementia, or they become more aggressive because they feel out of control.
Aggressive.
Yeah.
Extremely aggressive.
So I
Place
would
is called.
say
Yeah.
I would say the hyssop will diminish that. And then one of the things that we've used in the past with people with dementia is just to kind of calm things down, is I use jasmine. And jasmine helps them kind of take the edge off of their feeling like out of control. And Brett is really good for helping with the feeling of out of control. And I did try that, but there's something about the dementia where like for a normal person, if you feel out of control, you take Embret, it's pretty calming, it's pretty soothing. And jasmine can be too, but when the dementia is there, the Embret doesn't quite work as well. And you know, I've spent a lot of time like thinking about this. Like it's just one of those weird things where you just go, huh, I wonder what that is. And the only thing that I can think of why that is the case is jasmine is a lot more fortifying than Embret is. Like it's what you would use to treat like postpartum depression, for example. Like it's very strengthening and fortifying to certain aspects of your body. And if you think of dementia, like it is, you know, it is usually the byproduct of a lot of inflammation. There's depletions in the nervous system. You know, there's a lot of things going on that is causing the dementia. And I think the jasmine actually is addressing some of those issues. And so it makes it easier for you to redirect the person, you know, because that's really what you're trying to do sometimes with dementia is you're trying to diminish their fixations, you know, because they'll get fixated on something and then they'll get really aggressive and agitated and you know, to the point where, you know, I had one client where her mom would get so agitated, had really bad dementia, she would just get in the car and drive away. The person with dementia would, and you know, she would get fixated on something and then she was going to go take care of it and then would get lost and they couldn't find her. And so, I mean, it became such a thing and we couldn't get her to inhale the jasmine right off the bat. So I had them start taking parts out of the engine, like unplug a couple of the spark plugs or unplug, you know, like do something where she can't jump in the car. She would get fixated on the car. She wouldn't, you know, try to take off anymore because she got so fixated on the car, which in a way was kind of good because then we could keep her contained and then we could treat her with the jasmine. And then as we treat her with the jasmine, the tendency diminished. I mean, it was still there, but it was nowhere near the intensity that it was. And so, you know, yes, you can put it on them, but sometimes even just you wearing it or you diffusing it in the environment, it can be enough.
Oh, awesome. Thank you, Greg.
You're so
This is
welcome.
awesome. Thank you.
And then go ahead, Marianne, then Peggy.
Hi, I have a question regarding
Hey,
fight
Marianne.
club that nags at me. In terms of, recently I'm going through trying to get services related to my vision. And I'm working with an agency that has some incredibly lovely, respectful people. But some of the people in charge are well, I guess I'll just say, I don't like being taken advantage of. I don't like, I'm very independent. And the majority of people see that as a plus in me. However, there are some in charge that appear to be trying to get people to accept services that they don't really need in order to get other services that they do need. And then I'm finding out after going through all this that the services aren't even available. And in addition, there's a very demeaning style by only some in the agency, but they're in key roles that contact your family members and not you. And I've been very outspoken about that they're only to contact family in case of an emergency, not for general things. It's demeaning it's ageism all over the place.
Mhm.
And I've tried to be very reasonable and address it appropriately, and have met with, as I said, people that I've worked with directly have been wonderful. But it's the people in charge, and I get mad. And it's happened so often, and it's all documented what I want. So I get into that fight mode, and now I realize I'm not going to get the services that I hoped I was going to get. But there's a part of me that wants to write a letter that's to the point, not angry but stating my feelings about this ageism that's going on in the agency. I know it's not going to benefit me, but it might benefit other people in time.
Mhm.
And I don't know if that's just a negative part of me that's feeling I have to do something. In order to do this, it's not going to be an easy challenge for me because of my eyes. But
Yeah.
I get mad, and I think of all the people, all the elders that maybe
Yeah.
for whatever reason are being treated the same way. Anyway, it's that fight.
Yeah, that would be fight flight. Yeah, yeah, and granted, you have very valid reasons for all those things. And first off, I'd say, is there any advocacy groups that you can reach out to that might help facilitate this for you? Or
Well, that was something I was going to also try to explore, but
I would explore that. I mean, I don't know that there's anything there, but
yeah, I don't.
better to do it in numbers than you by yourself. Like you kind of want to align with some other people that are thinking the way you're thinking, just so it has a little bit more weight, and they also have some experience with dealing with this, so they can tell you, oh, do that, but don't do that. You know what I mean? Like, so I would do that, but let's also address that there's potential of a little fight flight stuff there, because this might not be physical pain, but it is like a kind of psychological pain. It's
It
something
is.
that's upsetting, it's something that kind of hurts, and maybe even you could say a little bit offensive, or however you want to say it. And so do you have lemongrass?
Yes.
So remember that pattern where we go front heart, forehead, back head, and then you let it linger for a little bit, and then you reverse it. Back head, forehead, back heart, front heart.
Yeah.
That would be very helpful. Like, I would do that kind of on a daily basis. Just for like maybe 5-10 minutes, and it will help balance out the autonomic nervous system, which is fight flight balanced with rest and repair. And then when there are situations that can be very triggering, I do probably either Tarragon or Marjoram, just to help pull you out of fight flight and bring you back to a place where you can like be in that rest and repair mode. And so Marjoram's very good for that. Tarragon's very good for that. Benzoin is very good for that. Even rose can be very good for that as well.
Okay. Thank you. And the lemongrass was for?
It's to also balance things out. Those that I just listed were for like when there's an incident, like you've gotten a phone call, or they sent somebody over to do something that you didn't ask for, or they're treating you poorly. Do the Tarragon, Marjoram, Benzoin, Rose, do one of those.
Okay.
But on a daily basis for maintenance, I would do lemongrass. Lemongrass is very good for balancing out that part of the nervous system.
Thank you. That's good.
This one, yeah.
Mhm.
And Marianne, I know you're writing that down, but if you need. any-
Oh, no, that was it.
Okay,
Thank you.
you're welcome.
I'm sorry.
You're great. Go ahead, Peggy, then Dorothy.
This is a pretty easy one, I hope. You mentioned lemongrass for fight flight, and you said fight flight oils.
Yeah, it's not actually so much. I mean, it helps with fight flight a little bit, but it's more about lemongrass is more about balancing out the fight flight with the rest and repair. It's not the greatest one for pulling you out of fight flight, but it does a bit. But tarragon and marjoram do that so much better. Same with benzoin, same with rose, and so those would be more about pulling you out of fight flight, but the lemongrass is very balancing to the autonomic nervous system. That's why, like, you remember when people were getting the vaccine and having reactions where their body was achy, that is a lymphatic response. But part of why the lymphatic system got thrown out of whack was the vaccine, with which a lot of vaccines and a lot of shots and even some medications will do. It will do like a disruption in the autonomic nervous system. And so, we were having people use lemongrass to balance that out because we're wanting to balance out the nervous system. And then a lot of times the lymphatic system will regulate. And then if not, we would follow it up with some more of the lymphatic oils. And so to do maintenance on those kinds of things or do deeper lymphatic work, which we're going to be talking about in that free lymphatic class in a couple of weeks, we're utilizing some oils to treat the autonomic nervous system and cerebral spinal fluid circulation, and then systematically going through the body to unwind things in a way that I've never really talked about before. And we're going to do that. So, that will reinforce what we're talking about today, but regular maintenance of the autonomic nervous system, which is the involuntary part of your nervous system, is really super important. Like, that part of the nervous system gets thrown out of whack so easily. Like we get thrown into fight flight sometimes with the simplest triggers. It doesn't have to be some complex or overwhelming thing. Like, I mean, we could go through a bunch of examples, but it happens. It can happen in a conversation. It can happen. And you're not even talking about anything crazy. It's just certain things get said, and you have memories. The other person has memories, and before you know it, you're in a little bit of a stress response. And so, by going through and doing that, it just maintains a certain level of neurological stability so that even when you do get pushed out of whack, you're able to get back to center much quicker than you were before. And so it's very good for the immune system, the lemongrass. It's very good for the immune system. It's very good for balancing out that part of the nervous system. And then it's the precursor that turns into better lymphatic function, which then turns into also better endocrine function, because you're improving the function of the lymphatic system, which is, again, the UPS of the endocrine system. It does a lot of the delivery activity in the body. And so a lot of good reasons why to use lemongrass. And the other great thing, lemongrass is super cheap. Like, it's something you can go crazy with, and it's not an expensive oil that you have to save for special situations. I mean, it can be a workhorse. And so, I like those oils that do a lot of things and aren't very expensive, so that you can use them a lot and often. And, and lemongrass is right up there.
Okay, thank you.
And then go ahead, Dorothy, then Troy.
Hey, Dorothy.
Hi,
Hey.
this is awesome. There's
Oh,
never
good. I'm
been
glad
this.
you-
It's just amazing. Uh, I went to that meter place by myself. I was traveling across country,
Oh, yeah.
driving, but I didn't notice anything. That was before I got into all this healing stuff.
Right.
Well, maybe it wasn't. That's why I was riding across country.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, I was going to California. But anyway, I guess it affected me, me not realizing that it did. But like to all that. I don't know.
It's amazing though, right? It's just this big giant hole.
Yeah. I stood on the edge of it just like you did. Anyway. So much applies to me in most everything you said. I don't have a weight problem,
Mhm.
but my daughter does, and she has some. It's come up that a thyroid problem, and
Mhm.
she's going to have to, according to, she's gone to I get confused whether it's allopathic or real doctor, but she's going to both, whatever it is. I don't
Mhm.
know. But they told her she's going to have to start taking medicine, and she doesn't like medicine. She's starting out very low, but she needs to lose some weight.
Mhm.
And everything you said is so appropriate for her and me as well.
Mhm.
And is it possible that because I can't remember it all, and I tried to take notes, but I can't write it all down. Anyway, I'm going to have to listen to this again on a recording, maybe 2 or 3 times. Anyway, my question is can she listen to this?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah.
How to, because it'll be past tense, because you're doing it
We
right now.
post these on YouTube. Yeah. And sometimes we even edit them up and break them up into pieces. But it'll be posted on YouTube. So if she has a hard time accessing it, let us know and we can send her a link. Is that how we do it?
Okay, you
Yeah,
can
we'd
send
say
her
we
a
can
link.
send her a link. Yeah, sure.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Cool. And so I just go into that calendar thing, or the email.
So we will email you the recording. So you'll have an email with the recording link. And if you want to share that directly with her, you can. And then if you'd rather I send her something directly, just email me and give me her email address and I'll take care of her.
Oh, okay, but and I didn't get it, but I guess I can get it. The email, let me see. Oops. Oh, it's not letting me go into chat now.
I'll take
There
care
it
of
is.
you, Dorothy. I can email you. We can take,
Okay.
I'll take care of you.
Oh, that'll be great. I have this one class. I have done so much energy work with you and this other thing I'm involved with, and my body shakes when I release negativity.
Mhm.
And I know that is somehow connected to and right now I'm still got this itching problem that I shared with you a few months ago, I think 5 months ago, and it's now 10, but it's moved from my head to it started in my neck, it went to the back of my head and my chest and down my back. It just went different places. It would clear up in one place and go to another. Now it's cleared up in almost every place except a little bit on my arm.
Mhm.
And it's on the bottom, on my leg, below my knee,
Mhm.
between my knee and my ankle. And it's quite intense, and I scratch it, and that's not good. I don't know. You told me to get something, and I don't remember what it
Well,
was.
anytime you're dealing with itching, because a lot of times that is actually neurological, and so We want to be able to calm down like the nervous system, and then relax the body, or at least the nervous system, a little bit. And so usually the rule of thumb right off the bat with something like that is to use lavender. You can use it topically, but I always suggest that you also do a lot of deep inhalations with the lavender, or you can use Roman chamomile, or you can combine the two. And a lot of times that will knock out the itching and the neurological causes of itching. If that doesn't resolve it, then we start looking at lymphatic function, going back to what we were just talking about, where we want to balance out the nervous system, the autonomic part of the nervous system, and then start moving the lymph. And the reason why you start moving the lymph is when the lymphatic system is very backed up, it overstimulates the sensory nerves. And in the extreme, it becomes like itching, tingling, or even certain types of like really superficial meaning close to the surface, pain syndromes, just like it will like kind of ache or hurt a little bit or something. And so the more you move the lymph, the better. And so if that's the case, this isn't so much for itching, but it's for calming down the sensory nerves, is things like sage or vetiver applied to the body, be it like in a salt bath or a body tonic, a lotion. You rub it all over the body, and it calms and soothes the body. If you don't want to do it topically, then you can inhale the oil, but then visit all the different parts of your body, just like systematically go through and go, okay, I'm inhaling it, putting on my awareness on my feet, putting it on the lower legs, the thighs, the hips, the back, the arms. And then I would, cover the whole body and then go to your itchy spots and really try calming down that area. So first I would try lavender and Roman chamomile. And then if that doesn't work, I would do some work with some of the lymphatic oils while using like either sage or vetiver.
Okay. And you also suggested something I could buy that was medical, not oils. It was for like a antihistamine type thing or something.
Oh yeah, that's quercetin. Quercetin, that's from the health food store. It's basically crude forms of vitamin C. Yeah.
Oh, well, I do take vitamin C.
Quercetin is, even though it's a crude form of vitamin C, it's very different than vitamin C. Vitamin C passes through your body very quickly. Quercetin, because your body can't store vitamin C and doesn't make vitamin C. And so quercetin is a crude form of vitamin C that will last in your body for much longer periods of time because it takes a while for the body to process it. And so when you want to elevate vitamin C levels in the body, quercetin is actually a stronger form of it because it lasts in the body for so much longer than just the pure vitamin C that we would take from, a supplement or those little chewable wafers or something.
Okay, thank you.
You're so welcome.
I love you.
I love you too.
Okay,
Take care.
you too.
I think we have time for maybe one more before.
Okay, so go ahead, Troy, and then if we have time, Helen.
Hey, y'all.
Hey.
Hey, well, for one, I was going to check back in about, I was talking with you on Q&A the other night about the achiness in the joints.
Oh, yes. Okay.
And I think I noticed some improvement with it, with what you'd recommended.
What did we have you do? I don't remember.
Well, you're saying to put just marjoram on neat, and I have a list. There were a couple other things I went through, and it definitely helped. But
Okay.
I also noticed you asked me if it was just in the joints or if it was in soft tissue and muscle as well.
Right.
And I said no, I didn't think so. But since then, as the sensation of achiness in the joints depleted, I
Yeah,
started
it's in the
to
body.
think
Yeah,
it
yeah.
actually is in the
Yeah.
body too.
I suspected, but like you said, like sometimes the discomfort in the joints can be so much that it actually overrides your ability to perceive the other part. And sometimes it's there and sometimes it's not. Like you know, so that's why I was asking. But with what you're describing, I thought it might be like overall like body achiness with an intensity in the joints. But so kind of going back to what we were just talking about, the marjoram will help because the marjoram's helping pull the body out of fight flight and helps pull it more into the rest and repair mode, which is parasympathetic activity. And then with that, there still needs to be a little bit of a balancing in the autonomic nervous system. So you could use a little bit of lemongrass. You could inhale it. Honestly, I would probably just take it internal. Like take like 2 or 3 drops internal, call it good. Like you can inhale it a whole bunch if you want. You could do the pattern, but for your particular situation, I just hit it internal and then do some lymphatic work. But a lot of times when the achiness is coming on, it can be just like a disruption in the autonomic nervous system. And it translates into affecting lymphatic function. But even when you focus on lymphatic function, the autonomic nervous system still just keeps throwing it out of whack. So if you kind of focus a little bit on the autonomic function for a little bit, the lymphatic system sometimes regulates, or it at the very least responds better to treatment. And so I would take the lemongrass for like maybe a day to 2 days and then really hit it hard with some lymphatic oils like lymphatic blend, bay laurel, anything that you have that's lymphatic. Like it should help knock it out.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, you're still
My other question was, I do not often remember my dreams, and when I do, it seems like I don't have nightmares very often at all. I woke up last night at like 4:30 from just the worst nightmare I think I can remember ever having, and it was I had suffered some kind of a physical injury, and it took me like 20 minutes after waking up from it to calm down and like basically like convince myself and my body that I had not been through that. But for like a good 5 or 10 minutes, it was just like I could still feel it in my body.
and so you don't have to give me the details, but give me the nature of it. You're being chased, you fell, like
I don't know exactly how I sustained the injury, but
where was the injury at? I'm just curious.
I'm not entirely clear still, but it seemed like something had happened and there was like either had broken my neck or something, and it had severed my air supply. And so I guess around the neck. But
You
when
were
I woke
having a
up, I
hard time,
felt, I'm sorry,
you were having a hard time breathing?
in the dream,
Yeah,
I
in the
was
dream.
like, yeah. When I woke up, my breathing wasn't so bad. I noticed it a little bit. When I woke up, I still felt it in the body, from like the heart up to like my jaw, and it was just like a radiating. It was really intense.
Hey, let me just sit with this for a minute. Hold on. How is your breathing like normally? Like, before the dream or now, or like, is it compromised? Do you feel like your breath is shallow? Like something
Yeah,
going?
yeah. Like since I've been, having those like cedar fever symptoms the last month.
Oh, yeah.
I had the virus, I think twice, and it got funky, but then
Honestly,
slowly.
I think your dream might be the byproduct of the cedar allergy. Like
Oh, crazy.
that actually kind of fits. Like I'm not 100% sure, but like it makes sense. It's very congesting to the head. If you think about like whenever you have really bad allergies, it's almost like you're aware in your head, but you feel cut off from your body, and then you're having a hard time breathing. I think it might just be a manifestation of the allergy. Let's let's
I
have
didn't
you.
know what to do, and it was so intense. I just like
Yeah.
reflexively reached for poplar.
Yeah, poplar is a good choice, and actually, that's a very good choice. Poplar is a good choice, or a helichrysum. Like, and I would just do like a lot of like breathing, and I would say maybe do some of the breathing with your awareness on your feet, like how we kind of started off doing this process. Just do inhalation, like with your awareness on the lungs and your sinuses and all that stuff, and then after that kind of unwinds a little bit, let's go through and put your awareness on your feet, and then just kind of drag your awareness and your attention down into your body. It's very common. It's very, very common with allergies and respiratory, like colds and flus and things, for your attention to be kind of drawn up in your head and not like being super aware of the body. It's the nature of all the congestion and everything. It just makes you like focused up here, and it diminishes the ability to be like even aware of your body or present with your body. It's usually very temporary, but that it manifests as a nightmare like that. I mean, those cedar allergies in Texas are crazy. Like there was one other place I was at where they had really crazy allergies like that. But I mean, you can see the pollen floating through the air physically with your eyes sometimes. I mean, it's crazy. And so I think it was in the Dakotas where I also saw that. But anyway, I would try that. I think that will work. I'm not completely sure, but given like what you're describing and what you've been going through, I think that could be a big piece of it.
Okay, that sort of checks out with the symbolism in the dream, where the beginning of it started.
Yeah.
I was like stranded at the top of a high rise.
Oh, I love the symbolism of all this. Like I think you're just like literally like the attention is caught up in the head, and you're not able to be like down on the bottom floor. You know what I mean? Yeah, I love your symbolism. I mean, it sucks that you had a bad dream, but it's a great dream, kind of. Like it is like literally saying, "Hey, dude, this is what's going on."
Yeah, I had this like terrible life-threatening injury, but my thoughts in the dream were, I can deal with this as long as I can just get down to the ground floor.
Yeah. Interesting. Isn't it a trip how the mind works? The mind and the body. It's a trip. Yeah.
I'll give that a shot. Thank you so much.
Okay, you bet. And so I know Helen's next, but we're going to have to jump in for the Astara event. So Helen, if it's okay, we'll do right after lunch. Normally we do an hour and a half lunch, but because it's a little bit of a shorter day, let's just do an hour. We're going to jump over to Astara. Join us if you'd like. We're going to bless Turkey and Syria because of the earthquake. I mean, that's super sad. I think the death toll was over 25,000 already. And so we're going to bless that in the meditation, and then have a quick lunch, and then we'll get back on track at 1. So we'll just take an hour and we'll jump right back on, and we'll still have a few hours. And we cut it off at 3 today just because of the Super Bowl, but I'll answer questions for as long as you guys want. So
All right, I put the link in there for you guys. And
hey everybody, we're coming back, and we're going to continue with sharing your experiences and asking questions about the process we did this morning. You can unmute yourself or type in, but go ahead and fire away.
yeah, go ahead, Helen.
Hey Ellen.
Hey, Greg. First of all, I just want to thank you so much for the Stara blessing that you did for Turkey and Syria. I was actually going to ask.
Isn't that such a sad situation? My God.
Yeah.
I remember like seeing that in the news at first, and I was like, God, 2,000 people died. Oh my God, that's horrible. And then the next time I looked at it, it was 25,000. Like that boggled my mind. Like that's very, very sad.
Oh, totally. I'm wondering if we could just post the link to the Astara session in the
That's a
newsletter.
great idea. Like in, we always do things behind the scenes with Astara, but we'll do the prayer blessing and everything. But I was kicking around the idea of even doing a thing like every morning or something. But the thing that's hard about that is people are in different time zones, and so. I don't know, maybe we'll just post a recording that people can do, but I do like that idea because I just think that's just going to need some love and attention for a while.
No, for sure. But my question actually, to go back to the body awareness practice, I've actually been doing this practice for a very long time because it's an inherent part of Tai Chi and Qigong.
Oh,
also
nice.
in
Yeah.
yoga.
Yeah.
So I'm wondering if you have any thoughts about maybe combining the essential oils with the practice. Are there oils that would maybe enhance my practice, or could I wear oils while I'm doing the practice?
So, okay, so you would have two things that you could address. Like one could be enhancing the practice, or the practice enhancing the healing component, because that's the thing with like Tai Chi and things. You're training your mind to do what we're talking about, but like in motion and action. And so it is body awareness, but like with movement. And so things that could help with the like doing the Tai Chi itself, I would guess like something like mugwort. Like I would say mugwort, but like here's another like thing, is we're looking at the aspects of the mind and like how the mind has these different responses, just like the stress response has like a set of responses, like mental activity has a set of responses. And if the first response or two is a little bit off, then the rest of the responses are just off, right? And so I would say as far as the flow is going in the Tai Chi, mugwort or artemisia, allostasis, assemblage point, all of those would be really solid. The mugwort, the artemisia, the allostasis would be more for your physiology, and the assemblage point would be physiology, but more of the mind, right? And so, there's probably other things that you could use, but those are the first things that really jump out at me. And then if you flip it, anything that like you could go through to purify out the body, like protective web, or a lot of things have a purifying effect on a body. All the different colored healer blends could potentially be an issue. I even like the idea of using, if we go fancy, I like the idea of tuberose, just because tuberose helps you, like when the solar plexus calms down, as weird as it sounds, that can actually be a little bit agitating. Like everything calms down, because sometimes the agitation in the solar plexus is how the mind manages, distracts itself from the things that go on in the mind, right? And so all of a sudden everything quiets down, and all of a sudden the mind is like, becomes like almost a little bit more aware of what's happening. And tuberose helps the body be able to maintain that calmness and stillness, get used to it. But it also has to do with it, like shifting the mind to a different way of thinking, and so in the old days they would refer to this as like hypnotics or things like this. And there's a few oils that are that way. It doesn't have to be always fancy. Tuberose is probably one of the better ones to use, but even something like even basil can be a hypnotic if taken internally in a big enough dosage. And so I like that. But there's another thing that I like with this is, we keep talking about the play between the mind and the everyday mind and the intuitive mind, or the mind of the senses and then the mind beyond the senses. And it's a very complex situation. And sometimes what happens is, even if we tap into more of that mind beyond the senses, it doesn't always come in and translate well into the normal everyday mind. And we want to be able to access both sides or both types of thinking. One's not necessarily better than the other, but like the everyday mind, when you sit to do a spiritual practice, has its stumbling blocks because we get fixated on things as a thing, like, pieces of information as a thing. And then if you're always in the part of the mind beyond the senses, you try to function in everyday world and you're just walking around like a space cadet airhead that can't get anything done. So it's these two things. And you want to be able to bring the information from the part of the mind that is beyond the senses into the mind of the senses. And there's two oils that I'm aware of that do that really well. And one is osmanthus, right? One is osmanthus. It's very good for stimulating the side of beyond the senses, but then bringing it into the everyday mind. And then the other one is something that I haven't put up on the site because it wasn't really around for a while. Like it was an endangered species for a while, and they now have things that they cultivate and they use it. But part of it was it's rosewood, by the way, and part of it is it grows up in the Amazon. And when they slash the Amazon for, raising cattle or whatever, a lot of what happens is they're slashing a lot of the rosewood and they're just getting rid of it. And so there has come on the market a sustainable source of rosewood. And I actually included that. I switched it out with the osmanthus for the class for the 4 levels of bliss next weekend. Just because it's nice, but it does bring the intuitive mind into the everyday mind. And it's what we refer to as, like, when we say the two sides of the mind are balanced. You could say rosewood balances out the mind really well. Same with osmanthus, but since I don't even think we've put rosewood on the site yet, but it does it really, really super well. And, if you were to go to a blend that would do that, the blend for Mercury, the classes for the men class, that would also do it. Like that is the whole principle of Mercury, is being able to balance out the two sides and bring something from the more intuitive side of the mind into the everyday mind. And so I think that could enhance your practice. You know, because you're doing something in motion and you're wanting to balance out the two sides of the mind. You know, any inner practice, you're kind of taking that intuitive side of the mind, that because the intuitive side of the mind is the side of the mind that is usually more observant, it's more adaptive, it adjusts more, it's a bit more of a problem solver, where the sensory mind goes, okay, I've seen this before, we did this 2 years ago, this is what we're going to do. Like, you know what I mean? It goes to what are my past experiences. And so in the inner practices, you don't really want to be like too much of one or the other, you know, because you're doing the intuitive mind, but you're also doing action and activity. So you're having to bring that across and then do those movements the way that you're doing those movements. And things that are balancing to the mind usually help bring the intuitive mind into the everyday mind. And the two best things that I have found, osmanthus and rosewood. Lotus does it somewhat, but I think the other two actually do it a little bit better. Like, the thing with lotus is that it emphasizes things that are more like positive or good or supportive and reinforcing to your physiology, where our tendency is to try to manage things that are painful. The brain and your neurology almost kind of fixates more on negative things because it's trying to manage them, right? And so what happens is whatever you have the strongest emotional response to or repetitive thought, it imprints on the nervous system. And then the nervous system tends to focus more on the negative things. So the potential is the negative things imprint on the nervous system more. And the idea is so that you can adjust and adapt to the things in the environment. But again, that's still a very sensory mind oriented action. And so the lotus does contribute to the balancing of it, but it's more like in that realm. It's not so much like in action. It's almost like undoing the conditioning, where you're like, here you're putting it in action. And so putting it in action, I would go more osmanthus, or I'd go more rosewood.
Okay. And then would I just maybe inhale those before?
You could inhale it. You could put it on your wrist or a little bit on the chest, and then inhale it a little bit before you go. And I'm going to hold these things up. You can get these on Amazon. Like, can you see this? It's like this little tiny ring like this.
Back a little closer to you.
A little bit like
Yeah,
this.
there.
Oh, okay.
You see what this? So this is like if somebody was to get like a nose piercing or something,
Right.
you would put it in there to prep the hole. But what I've been doing is I've been putting essential oils on those and then
Oh, cool. And just
snap it
putting
on in
it-
there and then going out in public.
Oh
Like,
my goodness.
You know, nobody can really tell. And I do like swiping the oils up there, but sometimes some of the oils like start to dry out that area. So we
Yes.
started experimenting with these little things, and you just like kind of pop it in there, and you know, after a while you forget about it and it feels like there's a booger on your nose, and I usually knock it out of my nose because I can feel something there. But it's kind of nice, like when you're doing your action activity, you'd be able to inhale it while you're doing it. And I kind of like that idea for you doing that.
I do too. That's kind of wonderful.
You can go on Amazon and you can get these little things like for like $5 or $6 or something. You can get like a couple dozen of them. Like they're not expensive at all. And you know, in the old days we used to take pieces of like paper towel and then roll it up and then put a little oil on it and then you stick it in your nose. But then you're walking around like you look like a homeless person with these things out your nose. And it's not great in public.
Right.
And but with something like this, you know, you could do it like while in motion. You know, even the idea of the rollerball that has a little bit of jojoba in it, you know, you kind of swipe it under your nose like that, and you would be able to inhale that for a while. And so you could do that. The jojoba extends the length of the scent. Like, you know, it makes the scent like linger for longer periods of time because it's mixed with the jojoba. You know, a volatile oil, which is an essential oil, evaporates very quickly. You know, there's high notes, middle notes, and low notes. And so high and middle notes evaporate relatively quickly. Some of the low notes can take a while, but like the oils that we're talking about are all either high or middle notes. So they'll evaporate kind of quickly. So putting it in a little bit of jojoba or a little lotion or something, and then just dabbing it in the area will make the scent last longer because it can't evaporate at such a fast rate. And so, you know, even when we do the little bottles for the classes, I usually put a few drops of jojoba in each bottle just to make the scent like last longer for the person when you're inhaling. And so, especially when it's a high note, because it will come up and then it will go away. And even though the bottle still has some, you almost have to shake it up again to like do it again. And so the jojoba kind of resolves that issue. So,
Okay.
Yeah. So try that.
I'll play with that. Thank you so much.
You're so welcome. Let me know how that goes. Actually, I'd be kind of curious. We were doing something like with yoga. With yoga, I would do chakra root cleanser, and it helps you to release things deeper, like when you go into the poses. And the chakra root cleanser also increases flexibility. You know, we had a physical therapist at one point go through and test ranges of motion on people, and then she would put chakra root cleanser on them, and they would get about a 20% increase in range of motion just through the application of the oils. And, you know, part of it is the mugwort and artemisia, and that helps energy flow through all the joints and everything, but it also has a lot of kunzia, and kunzia helps increase flexibility. And so, you know, traditionally kunzia is used more in arthritic kinds of situations where you're starting to lose flexibility because of, you know, the joints bone on bone, or there's some calcium deposits or things like that. So kunzia is used to increase flexibility in the area. But I even played with trying to increase flexibility in the ankles by just applying kunzia there on a daily basis, you know, because like a stiff ankle contributes to a much higher degree the potential for a bunion, you know, because it throws your gait off. Like you're not able to flex normal, so you kind of like roll out of a stiff ankle. So you know bunions are caused by usually, you know, three problems: either your shoes, tight ankles, or falling arches. And because of that, it throws off the dynamic of the foot, and then it changes how your foot strikes the ground, and, you know, yada, yada, yada. And then the bunion starts to form. And so we were playing around with different ways of like how to treat existing bunions and how to treat potential future bunions. And, you know, we were using these toe spacers and doing all these things with the ankle and the arch of the foot and all this stuff. And we did get some good results with some of that. But the key was like stretching the ankle out really didn't do a whole lot. Like it made it feel good for a little bit, but it didn't really change anything. But putting the kunzia on daily, all of a sudden bigger range of motion without even stretching it. Like, you know, you test it and then you go back and you look at it again later after several applications of kunzia, there's a greater range of motion. And so the yoga, I would do either chakra root cleanser, kunzia. I mean, you could still do mugwort. And then the other thing that I always like for yoga is just the deepening of the breath. So Sitka, hyssop, you know, anula, myrtle, you know, any of the respiratory kinds of oils. So
Makes sense. Wow. Well, thanks so much. That's
You're so
wonderful.
And then I do want to say Robert found those essential oil ones that are very like they're quite a bit more.
yeah, there's a company. I mean, this is what gave me the idea. I was like, oh, you know, there's a company that makes these, but they
they put a fancy package and they put a little container and we bought the first round that way, but only a few of these, but their little container and everything is like $20 or $25 or something. And I just went on Amazon and bought the little rings and, went from there. So,
Yeah, so it's a little more price effective if you actually look up.
yeah, go to Amazon and just find those little, they're plastic, what do they call them? Plastic
I think.
piercing rings or
yeah,
something.
Horseshoe.
Yeah, horseshoe piercing rings or something.
The other ones work good too, but they're just more. pricey.
They're just the thing that where the company's making it, they're just these in a plastic container with a place to put your bottle of oil in, and like 3 or 4 of them is like $25. Like it's not worth doing. So
All right, what else? Go ahead, Robert, then
hey,
Kathy.
Robert.
Hey, Greg. This is a fun study group.
Oh,
because
good.
it's all over the place.
Yeah, it's well,
Yes.
I can be all over the place all the time. I have to reel myself in on a regular basis.
Right. So I want to loop back to
Yeah.
someone this morning who talked about her mom having mild dementia.
Yes.
And I'm working right now with my mother-in-law. This week she was diagnosed with moderate dementia. And you'd recommended Jasmine. Does that still apply? Are there any other things we should be doing?
So this is what I would say about dementia. And even within dementia, there's different kinds of dementia. And, just like you said, there's like mild, there's moderate, there's extreme, but there's also a thing called, I coined this term, I think. Whenever I said this to some of my doctor friends, they were like, what are you talking about? But I refer to it as transient dementia. And what would happen was when I would see people that had really serious inflammatory disorders, they would have dementia. I mean, they would have some form of dementia. And when we would reduce the inflammation, the dementia would actually go away. I mean, not just like, oh, it would diminish. It would like literally would go away. And so I don't think that's the case for all dementias. I think sometimes when there's been inflammation in the body for a long period of time, there is a little bit of material that kind of settles in the brain, like plaque and things like that. And so, sometimes you would need to detoxify the brain a bit. And so Jasmine is really good for helping with like the agitated states. But if you were to aggressively try to treat the dementia, the next aspect would be heavy doses of anti-inflammatories.
Okay.
I like the idea, like you could do black cumin, you could do ginger, you could do turmeric, and turmeric is actually kind of a good idea. But I really like the idea of the frankincense and myrrh for this, just because it also jumpstarts the glands, and it also stimulates cerebral spinal fluid circulation, or helps regulate it, however you want to say it. And so I think you get a lot of bang for your buck, but you would have to get them to take those internally, and not every situation is something like that. And you're dealing with somebody with dementia, and so if you're not standing over them, a lot of times you can't get them to do it on a regular basis because they forget, or they don't
Right.
do it, or who knows. And so I like that idea. And then sometimes you can kind of swing for the fences. It doesn't always work, but also just increase of rosemary, especially rosemary verbena, to increase blood flow to the area, and then basil to help stimulate cognitive functions. And then petitgrain is really good for confusion. And dementia is way beyond confusion, but still they're on the same family tree. if you know what I mean. Like, you know what I mean? They're in the same ballpark a little bit. Not completely, but kind of. And so I like the idea of potentially for the dementia itself, potentially using even the Pedegrin. But it starts to be a lot to do. And with dementia patients, I usually don't even mention this just because so many times we tried to do all these things. And with the dementia patients, we just couldn't get very much of it done. And so, you know, I'd start with the jasmine. If that integrates, then maybe work into the three wise men or the frankincense and myrrh. And then if that helps, you might be able to do a little bit more, but I would just do little bits at a time.
So on all those, are they sustained inhalation?
They're almost all internal.
Oh, okay.
That's another reason why it's a little bit hard with the inhalation. I mean, the basil wouldn't be, or the basil and the rosemary wouldn't be bad as inhalation, but you'll get more of an impact taken internally. But if you can get them inhale, it's better than nothing.
Okay, so
you know what I mean?
So of all of them, I'm going to run down the list. If there's any of these that are not internal, let me know. Jasmine.
Jasmine's not internal. Like jasmine is the one that you're doing either topically or inhalation.
Okay,
Jasmine is not good to take internal.
perfect. Black cumin, ginger, turmeric, three wise men, Pedegrin, basil, and rosemary verbena.
All internal. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Great. We have a period of time here where my wife is taking care of her mom. And so during that time, we have some flexibility. My mother-in-law is really receptive to smelling and taking oils.
Okay.
Like you said,
that's great.
Yeah, she doesn't remember to do it on her own.
Yeah.
So while we're taking care of her, we can foster that and hopefully restore some level of cognition. But
So,
you know,
if we're going down that road a little bit, the other thing that you could think about, like adding to that, or doing separate or instead of or something, is, you know, there's the mushroom lion's mane. And lion's mane is really good for the brain. It's really good for when the brain has been compromised. And so the compromise can be an injury, an exposure to toxicity. You know, it could be all kinds of things. But, you know, here, there is a kind of toxicity that happens in the brain with people with dementia, but it's usually been long-term inflammation in the body. Like it's usually what it is. And so they've actually been doing some studies about how the lion's mane can help rehab a brain that's been compromised either due to toxic exposures or prolonged periods of inflammation. And it does help the brain detoxify, and it does help the brain bounce back from these exposures. They were doing more exposures than the inflammation and looking at dementia, but like for me, I kind of fold those two together just because it's a different kind of exposure to toxicity. It's just inflammatory material, right? And so relatively big dosages of lion's mane is actually something I would actually even explore. You know, again, I would probably get the powder rather than the capsules and things, just because it's significantly cheaper. And from time to time, we actually order like fresh lion's mane. Like they come there in like these big, I mean, it looks like a brain, like it's a crack up. It looks like a human brain. And you chop it up and we saute it like you would like a meat of some sort, and then you have like little lion's mane steaks, and it's quite good. It's very it's nice tasting, but you get just mega dosages of lion's mane when you do that. And when you buy it fresh, it's really super cheap. And so you're kind of, you know, getting your meal and getting your brain on all at the same time. And so I can look that up and tell you where we get it. It's like somewhere up in the Northeast, I think, and they ship it to you within like a couple of days, and they usually
Okay.
last for about a week or two, like maybe right about a week.
Yeah, I'd say give it no more than 2 weeks.
Yeah, a week to 10 days maybe.
Okay. And for the powder, I think you one time said a teaspoon?
At least half a teaspoon, but if I would probably go teaspoon just because of the dementia.
Okay.
Yeah.
And like
That's the great thing
water or
about
juice or
yeah,
something.
water, juice, coffee. You can mix it in tea.
It does tend to clump just a little bit. You do have
Yeah.
to stir it pretty good. That's all
Yeah.
I get all heads up on.
Yeah,
Okay.
and so it doesn't really have a strong taste like when you do it like that, and yeah, it's one of those things with mushrooms. Mushrooms are one of those things that you can actually take pretty big dosages of the mushrooms and have it be good. Like when I was young, I don't know, I would get to the point, you know how you're when you're young, you kind of go, and then I would get to the point where I'd run myself in the ground and take a little while to recover. And my acupuncturist at the time had me start taking massive dosages of reishi at the time. And I was like, this is kind of weird. And I mean, it would snap me out of that like within 24 hours. Like
Wow.
where before it would take me like a month or two to recover, but then like a day or two I would recover. But I mean, it was crazy huge dosages and worked every time. I basically was almost taking a whole bottle at once.
Wow.
Yeah.
So in your experience with people with dementia,
Uh-huh.
is it more of a consistent thing? What we're experiencing with my mother-in-law is that one minute she's with it and the next minute she's completely out of it.
I would say that's relatively common, and see that makes me lean a little bit more to the transient component. And like when I see that, like I always have the thought or the hope that like I think I can do therapy and get this person out of that dementia state. And so if she's willing to do some of these things, I would go kind of hard because you might be able to pull her out of the depth of the dementia that she's in now and minimize it. Or I can't tell you how many times it was usually an autoimmune disorder or some sort of inflammatory disorder. They would bring somebody to the office and we'd set in a treatment regimen, and within like 30-60 days there was no more dementia. Like we would just pull them out of it, and it was the things that we're talking about right now.
Okay, that's good. Okay, thank you very much. I appreciate
so
that
welcome.
list.
Yeah.
And then go ahead, Kathy, then Romy.
Hey, Kathy.
You are unmuted, but we can't hear you. Still can't hear you.
How about now?
Yes,
Perfect.
there you go. Hey, Kathy.
Okay. Need to process with you what I did for self-treatment.
Okay.
I think the universe just backhanded me and I threw
I've been there.
no, on the garage. I guess I needed to chill a bit. But anyway, I landed full on my knee, my left knee,
Okay.
right hand. And I was on the floor. I've fallen and I can't get up.
Right.
And so my granddaughter came, helped me up,
Okay.
got me in a chair. What I did, I put my knee and my hand on ice.
Perfect.
Tiny little aspirin, 81 milligrams.
Perfect.
I used Arnica, Montana, the homeopathic
Right.
and hyper.
The St. John's wort. Yeah.
And then I used BioFreeze, the professional kind, which has got aloe leaf extract, Arnica Montana flower extract, Laparoot, I haven't heard of that one, burdock, let's see what else.
I'm familiar with BioFreeze.
Okay, lemon balm,
Yeah.
etc.
Yeah.
So I did that. I did put on a brace on my wrist because I could not lift my hand. I did not want to go to the emergency room. I did that for my knee, and could barely bend my knee last night, could barely move my hand this morning. I've got, I still have the brace on my wrist, but I got all the stiffness out of it. Pain is maybe a 1. My knee is probably a 3 to 4 on the pain level, but I can start bending it now.
Did you just hit the kneecap, or did you twist it anyway, or did you hyperextend it? Anything like that?
I landed flat on my kneecap.
Flat on your kneecap.
But it, I mean,
Yeah.
I've improved. I've been able to get up and
Okay.
walk without.
So let's explore what you have. Do you have tarragon?
Yeah, I do.
Like inhale a bunch of tarragon. So for a couple of reasons. So for one, it takes a sort of like kind of like shock reaction out of your body, which can linger sometimes for weeks. It will calm that down, and it calms it down because it helps like move your body more into the rest and repair mode. And then on top of that, it is also very antispasmodic. It will help
Okay.
with digestion. So you can even take a couple drops internally for like a couple of times a day for a few days. It probably will make you feel better, and it will take a little bit of the edge off the pain, and it will help accelerate the body's process to going through and healing that. Marjoram would also work in the same way. Marjoram could also be put on some of the areas to help with like the sprain strain kind of things. But here you're also dealing with like the bruising. Arnica is helpful. It will help the pain, but it doesn't necessarily break up the blood clot. You know, there's like a little bit of clotting that happens when you have an injury like this. The body absorbs it. It's not anything to worry about, but it's part of the discoloration and things like that. And helichrysum will take a lot of the discoloration out. It will help the area heal at a faster rate. It takes the bruising down, reduces the inflammation, reduces pain. A good way to do it. The issue that you potentially might have with like dropping on your knee like that is sometimes the kneecap itself, like the bone, will actually get like a kind of a bruise. And, I don't know that that's the technical term, but a lot of times when you smack the kneecap, the joint itself will recover, but the spot on the kneecap where you hit it sometimes can be painful for a bit.
Yes,
And
it is.
especially like with movement, going upstairs, and some of it is, because the quadriceps, like the muscles up on your upper thigh, come down and they wrap around the kneecap, and then they form that little tendon below your kneecap called the patellar tendon. And the issue is sometimes you develop a type of tendonitis in the area, and then sometimes there is actually literally like a bruising effect on the bone itself. And again, helichrysum is good for treating the tendonitis that potentially might arise out of that. Sometimes with tendonitis, I mix helichrysum with a very particular kind of eucalyptus called Eucalyptus citrodora, and that combination is amazing for tendonitis. But if it's just like bruising and things like that, the helichrysum should knock it out. And my experience is that the helichrysum put directly on the kneecap will reduce the length of time it takes for that kneecap to not be painful upon movement. And again, like going up and down stairs, movement, squatting, all of those are when you really will feel it. And the helichrysum takes it out. Like it takes the edge off and then it makes it go away a little bit faster. But, you know, I've had people who were like runners or cyclists. And one time I had a tennis player who she fell and hit her kneecap really bad. And she just like, she couldn't play tennis because it was just so painful. And we did even like, we would put helichrysum on it, but we started doing these compresses where we would, you know, get some warm water in a bowl, like, you know, how you just warm it up in the microwave. And then I put several drops of helichrysum in there and then take a paper towel and like dip it in and then just keep doing compresses on the knee. And it took a lot of the pain out kind of quickly. And she was able to start performing again in a very short amount of time. And so if it lingers, it doesn't necessarily mean that something's fractured, because like with her, it was pretty debilitating. She had had multiple x-rays and things, and nothing was fractured, nothing was broken, but that area was like very like bruised. Like even if you touched it or poked on it, it would cinder through the roof. Like it was just, you know, it was painful. And so anytime where you drop and hit the kneecap, that's always like one of the first concerns is like, you know, did the kneecap get hit? And then the other thing, the reason why there's potential for tendonitis is, so you have the kneecap that's like floating like this, and then you have a group of muscle and tendon kind of coming around on this side and then on this side, and then they come together and they form the tendon below it. And so sometimes what happens is as you come down and you hit, the kneecap like moves off to one side or the other.
Right.
And you basically stretched out or irritated the tendon. And so then you develop a form of tendonitis.
Okay.
And so, you know, the issue with that is that tendons don't have the same blood supply that like a muscle does. And so when you get like tendonitis or an injury to a tendon, it takes longer to heal a tendon sometimes than it does even a bone, because it just doesn't have the blood supply. Where a bone, it just needs to reform again. But here you have something where it's moving, it has motion, doesn't have a great blood supply, it gets irritated with the movement. And so you have a potential for something like that. I would treat it as a strain, and then if it's just not responding, then I would switch over and treat it like a form of tendonitis. So a strain, helichrysum would work, or the marjoram. And then after that, if it just like slow to recover, then I'd switch over to helichrysum combined in equal parts with Eucalyptus citrodora. And then I would take Schizandra internally, and that will usually accelerate the healing of a compromised tendon in a situation like this. The other thing you might want to take into account is if you happen to have black cumin, helps.
yes, I
Yeah,
did.
helps with the inflammation, helps accelerate the body's healing process as you deal with the wound.
Yes, I forgot about that. I did
And
not.
then galbanum or myrrh will also kind of take the edge off the pain. But you know, when you have an injury like this, there is that part where the tarragon kind of pulls you back into rest and repair. It reduces shock. That's one piece, but there's also this kind of tension that happens in the body, and you could say like some of the pain mechanisms in the head and the brain get a little bit agitated, and the myrrh and the galbanum calm that down. And
Okay.
so the combination of either galbanum and black cumin or myrrh and black cumin, they take the edge off the pain. They start reducing the inflammation in the area very rapidly.
Right.
And they help the area heal at a much more faster rate, and they make you just more comfortable.
Right. Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry
So
that
all
happened.
in all, what would you give me as a grade on what I did so far?
Yeah, that was pretty good. Like the arnica is always a good go-to thing. Especially, you know, you kind of grab the things that are around you. It's not like you can go, okay, I injured myself, I'm gonna go to Amazon and order some things, and like you got to deal with what you got. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And so, yeah, that was a good play.
All right. One other thing,
Mhm.
for a lower back injury, and this is not for me, this is for a friend. Uh, anyway, close to the sciatica in that area.
Mhm.
Is that, well, and the person did one of those, jump in the river for charity kind of things yesterday and now has a bad back today.
So it's, when you say sciatica, you're talking about down in the hip, like in the butt cheek, or down the leg, or in the low back itself?
Very, very low. Yes,
So in the low back.
right.
Anytime, and it feels like more in the spine or the muscles in and around the spine.
It's on the lower spine, on the tailbone. Yeah.
Oh, so it's down
Yeah.
in the butt area.
Yep.
Okay, so that could be a little bit of sciatica, because sciatica is, another way of saying sciatica is piriformis syndrome, and piriformis syndrome goes from the tailbone across your butt cheek and then hooks up to the head of the bone of your leg, the femur. And so when it gets compromised, it compresses and pushes that nerve up against the pelvis. And so that takes a little while to unwind sometimes, just because of the nature of the location.
Right.
I would use, ideally I would use pain relief neuropathic, but if you don't have that, anything with a mint, like peppermint, spearmint, corn mint, anything mint oriented, because the mints are going to have an anti-inflammatory component, an antispasmodic component, but the mint helps deal with sharp stabbing pain.
Okay.
And it will help offset that a bit. And then I would also still go to the galbanum and the black cumin for them as well.
Okay. Very good.
Did they, so they jumped, did they twist, or did they hit the floor of the river or something? Like they just were swimming and they got, like what happened? Do we
It was
know?
a polar plunge, and I don't know.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I
Yeah,
really don't know if this has much to do with it, but there is a scoliosis factor.
Oh, that probably does. Yeah, I would still stick with what we said.
Okay.
We don't think they're getting sick though, right? It's
No.
not, they didn't get cold and feel like they're fighting something off or anything like that.
No.
Okay, then yeah, I'd stick with what we talked about.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Thank
You're
you.
so welcome.
So the pain relief or the mints are applied topically,
Topically.
and then the galbanum and the black cumin are internal.
The black cumin is totally internal. The galbanum can be internal, or like just several drops on the wrist.
And then go ahead, Rami, then Linda.
Hey, Rami.
Remind it disappeared for a second. Well, let me just make sure. Just come back. There we go.
Hey, Rami.
Yeah, hi.
Hey,
I
how are
wanted
you?
to find. Oh. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I wanted to find out with the medication I'm taking, my feet are swollen. And I know they only told me to drink so much of water, which I am. But my feet keep getting swollen.
And if I remember right, you're having kidney issues?
Yeah.
Yeah. And is it just your feet, or is it?
Yes.
It's just your feet. It's not the legs. It's not anything. It's just your feet are swelling.
Yep. And the beginning of, the lower legs and that.
Okay. With the pre-existing kidney issue, I would probably use Lovage, like the body tonic topically. And you could apply it a couple of times a day. It is going to make you pee more, but like that's part of what you're trying to do is you're trying to get the kidneys to release more.
Okay.
And taking it internally, I think might be a little much for your kidneys right now. But topically
Okay.
should be okay, and it would make the body kind of jumpstart and help with releasing that. So that's where I'd probably go with that.
Would she apply
Would
to?
I,
You could apply it to the legs, but I would also apply it to your abdomen and your back. Like so,
okay,
like from the diaphragm down, like just apply
Okay.
it to everything there. Like you can go higher if you want, but at least the diaphragm down.
okay, just rub it.
Yeah,
Just
and
rub it.
when it's in a body tonic, it's already in like alcohol and witch hazel and all that. And so you just shake it up and just kind of splash it on, rub it on, it dries up, you're good to go.
Okay, and then, and that should take care of it?
It should diminish it. You know, the kidney function is part of why it's happening. And so it should support the kidneys a little bit and should diminish some of the swelling. I mean, the other issue sometimes is when you see it mostly in the feet, is sometimes it's actually tied more to a spleen function rather than kidney function. It doesn't happen often, but it's a potential that you have already existing kidney issues. It's probably the kidneys, but if it was the spleen, we would switch to, we would still have you do that, but I would add doing a little bit of Angelica or Shazandra internally on a daily basis. And it helps support the spleen, and it helps the body utilize water better. Like
Okay.
sometimes when we have like swelling or fluid retention, it's that our body is not utilizing the water. Like it's going in, but it's not really being processed, and the body just
Right.
kicks it off into the tissues. So Shazandra really helps that process where the body utilizes the water to a much higher degree.
Okay.
Angelica can also do it as well. Yeah.
Okay, and, alrighty. The other thing, my daughter gets a lot of migraines.
Mhm.
And she works from home, so she's all the time at the computer, basically, and I think that's what it is, but I don't know.
Yeah, migraines can be a little bit tougher. I mean, one of the things that you can do is,
She
I
has
mean,
the blue light glasses and everything, so she
yeah.
knows about all that, and she doesn't sit very close. She has 3 screens and all that, so,
How long has she been having migraines?
I would say around probably 6 months.
Oh, so they're
But
pretty new.
Well, yeah, that they come and then she has to she gets really frustrated, and then she goes into her room, and then she kind of naps, and then she wakes up, and then she feels a lot better, but I'm trying to figure out what she can have, like with oils or something scent that she could have it near her office, basically.
So she can sleep off the migraine.
I think that's what she's doing, yeah. But sometimes she wakes up with the migraines too, so, and she doesn't know what's causing it. If it's
Yeah,
something,
like sometimes there's multiple things that can cause migraines. And so sometimes you just have to start treating, and it's hard to tell what's going to work from person to person. I mean, one thing you can do is just put peppermint on in like lotion or massage oil on the neck and shoulders and some of the back and stuff. Sometimes that will alleviate it. I like to do the thing where we put vetiver on the base of the skull, like all the way around from the back to the ear and even around the ear. And I
Uh-huh.
personally have even started doing a thing where I make the vetiver in a body tonic and I take it and I rub it into my scalp, like on the sides of my head and the top of my head and the back of my head. And oh my God, it feels so good. I would say my first choice is usually vetiver for something like that. But
Okay.
you know, in a crisis, peppermint will take a little bit of the edge off. I mean, it doesn't make it go away. But the other thing with that is, especially if she's in a lot of stress or the spine is real tight, is marjoram. Marjoram could help reduce some of the stress levels, help the body to relax, especially the spinal cord.
Okay. And does she take that internally?
No, she could, but just inhaling it should be enough. Inhaling it
Okay.
and putting it on topically, but if she wanted to take it internally, she could.
Okay. The other thing I've used in the past, Rose Otto
Sure.
oil. Is that good for,
What are you trying to use it for?
well, to healing? Normally when I used to get sick, I used to wear it on my wrist, and I used to put it a little bit. I like the part of the nose ring. That was very nice.
Yeah.
But I used to put it like in between the nostrils.
Yeah, sure.
I put a dab and then I put a little bit of like oil in there.
Yeah.
And for me to smell. And I used to do it on the temples as well. So
Yeah.
and that helped. It relaxed me and it kind of like put me in a different atmosphere. Let me put it
Yeah.
that way.
Rose is very good for you. Yeah, it's very good for the nervous system. It's good for the emotional body. Yeah, it can be very good for you. Yeah.
But is there a difference between Rose Otto and Rose Absolute, or?
Rose Otto is a distilled oil that comes out of a particular area, and the Absolute is a different kind of extraction. So Otto would be considered a little bit more, like a little bit more potent. We call our Rose Otto, what do we call it? Damascus rose. The Damascus rose
Okay.
yeah. And so yeah, it's a little bit stronger, like the Rose Absolute. I mean, it is, but it's not like massively stronger. It's a little bit stronger. You know, the scent's a little bit different, but the Rose Absolute is a very good economical way of using rose. And the scent is usually stronger, you know, because of it being a different kind of extraction process. And so with your application, either would work. You know, if you were doing it internally, I would say stick with the Otto. But with you doing it topically the way you are, you know, either one would work.
Okay. And I was going to say something. My mom, she had dementia, and I used to put jasmine incense around the house. And she used to be a little better then.
Yeah.
But she did eventually got more violent before she passed away.
Yeah.
So, but
it
yeah.
happens.
But you're right. Jasmine works very well.
Jasmine works great for those kinds of scenarios.
Okay.
Yeah. They, like I said, they usually turn a little bit either more childlike or more aggressive when the dementia settles in. And my grandpa became very childlike when he got it, but a lot of times they get a little bit more aggressive.
Well, my mom started childlike, and then she became violent, and then towards the end, she kept seeing these balloons. She said the more she talked to them, the more she could see of them, and I said, okay. Okay, that's what you say, you know. So she kept seeing people in there too. So yeah, I miss her a lot, but thank you very much.
You're so welcome.
Okay, God bless you. Bye.
And then go ahead, Linda.
Hey, Linda.
Hello there.
Hey, how are you?
I'm great. This is a different topic.
Sure.
I am a certified death doula, I've worked
Mhm.
with and for hospice for the last 10 years, but in a private practice, um, the stage of the stage of dying that I have the hardest time, or my clients seem to, is when they're actively dying, when
Yeah.
they may or may not be conscious. Is there an oil or something that
Yeah.
can help at that very end of life? And obviously it could not be ingested.
Yeah, like at that point, a lot of times we either do a diffusion, like stick it in a diffuser, or
Okay.
like sometimes I don't even do a diffuser. I mean, I go really super low tech. I take a paper towel, I wad it up, and then put a few drops on it, and then just stick it by their bed. Or you can mix it with lotion and apply it to the body. The one that I would say is potentially good for that phase is saffron. It's a little bit of a pricier one, but if you wanted to go a little bit like a bit more inexpensive, like aloes potentially could do it as well, but I find saffron works better with that. The other one that
And what does the saffron do, Greg?
it helps to activate the side of the brain that's more like in the intuitive part of the mind, and it just helps them to leave faster. I mean, bottom line, if you just boil it down, because like in the dying process, like you're looking at like the soul is trying to detach out of the physical body, the emotional body, it's trying to break loose of the physical body. And sometimes the physiology is just not participating, like it is fighting it tooth and nail. And so part of it is the body can almost go into a weird state where most of them are ready to go, but there's just certain parts of the physical body that are just resisting it. And, even if they make a conscious choice, sometimes it's hard to override. And so the saffron is helpful, like detaching out of the form. Aloes works really well for that. Like, that aloes and myrrh is what they put on the body of Christ when they take him off the cross. And it's considered one of the things that you do like right as the person's passing or afterwards. But if they're having a hard time with the transition, in years past, we either did saffron or we mixed aloes and saffron together, and it does seem to help. If you're trying to do it a bit more on a budget and you're wanting to like diffuse a lot in the room, you could probably do it with frankincense, but I actually like to go more Palo Santo. Palo Santo, if you think about this like in the normal everyday life, like say you're going from one state to another state, like you're going from like, okay, I'm going into my work phase and now I'm going on vacation and I have to get out of grinding on all the details and meeting the deadlines, and now I want to transition into my vacation time and not carry work into my vacation time for a week. You spend a half hour working with Palo Santo, inhaling it, putting it in the body, taking a salt bath. By the time you're done, you're in vacation mode. Like it helps you to make the transition from one state to another. And here you're going from the state of being in a body to not being in the body, but it's still about helping with transitions. And it's not necessarily my first go-to thing for helping a person pass, but it's usually in my toolbox. Like I usually look at basil, like Palo Santo, like frankincense. If there's a lot of pain involved, I might do galbanum. But like towards the end, I start going more like saffron, aloes. If there's a lot of like psychological like thought processes where they're having a hard time of letting go of something, or they're worried about you know, what's going to happen after they leave with, you know, family members or partner or something like that. I tend to use tuberose. If there is a lot of regret or sadness in the time as they're coming to their transition, I go ginger lily.
It's an incredible privilege and honor to, as Christine pointed out in the comments, that actively dying phase is the most sacred time.
I agree.
And it's a time when I have taken care of my own business so that I can just focus all my intention on that transition. And then I have a little hard time sometimes afterwards, but
like, so this is what I would say with that, you know, because I used to speak on a regular basis with hospice nurses like many years ago. And you know, they would go through a grieving process just like the family members.
Indeed.
And some of that is also cords from the family members. So for yourself, for self-maintenance, that etheric cord blend and rue is that's got to be in your pocket all the time. You know, this is how crazy it was. Like I was in front of this big group of nurse practitioners that were hospice workers, and I was supposed to talk about something. I don't remember what it was, and I got up and I started lecturing, and I got about 5 minutes into it, and I just stopped my lecture, and I just looked around and I go, how many of you, like when somebody passes, like you go through your own grieving process? Everybody's hand went up, right? And so then I was like, okay, we're going to change subject. Whatever I'm supposed to talk about, I'm not talking about anymore. Let's just talk about some self-care for a minute. And so I said, let's have everybody, the last person that you worked with that passed, just recall that situation. And, you know, everybody did, but there was a few people that got a little choked up. And this one woman started just, I mean, sobbing, like belly, like, you know, how like when you can't breathe, when you're like, you know, you're having a hard time even breathing. And so I had her come up in front of the room, and I said, okay, keep thinking of the situation. And she was, and then I manually with my hand went through and cut the cords, and mid crying, all of a sudden she stopped and she went, what just happened? And I was like, I cut the cord between you and the family, you know, because you're like, to do that practice of being hospice, you're being present and you're being so empathic in the time, and really the family is kind of leaning on you and
definitely
they're connected to you, depending on you, however you want to say it. And it's nothing bad or nothing malicious, but it's still, you're picking up a lot of their emotions that then you end up having to process. And by keeping the cords clean and cut, you still might have a bit of a grieving process, but you're not grieving their emotional stuff. Like, you know, you're just grieving whatever stirs in you and your process in that, and however you were connected to the person. And so it's a way to keep it kind of cleaned up for you so that you're not too overwhelmed by that.
Great. Thank you so much.
You're so welcome. And let's get her a copy of the Bardo, and there's some things I'd like to run by you for things that might help you in the process with, you know, one of the things with Astara, one of our big things, we talk about it publicly, we don't make a big deal of it, but that's one of our specialties is the dying process. And so, you know, we do Bardos for people who are passing, and there's little like blessing techniques that are very specific for the dying process. And I'd be glad to run that by you if you want to utilize them. You know.
I would certainly love to see it. Absolutely. Thank you so much. And
You're
God
so
bless.
welcome. Can I have the cord? Thank you. Thank you.
Go ahead, David.
Hey, David.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Just a real quick question. What's the difference between rue and etheric chords and how do they function?
So good question. Etheric chords is more about cleaning chords, good and bad chords. Rue is about cutting or releasing negative chords. So rue is not going to disconnect a positive chord, but it does disconnect a negative chord that, you know, you could say negative chords are more about like conflict or something of that nature. So it helps to release that component from your field. Like you basically you take the Velcro away. So it's not like you're manually cutting, but because you take the Velcro away, the other person's projection just doesn't stick anymore. So it disconnects. Where etheric chords, it cleans up those negative ones. It doesn't necessarily release them, but it makes them easier to release. But like say between you and a partner or you and a parent or a child or, you know, somebody around you, your friend, the chords are positive, but they can become contaminated. Like say you have a close friend who you're very connected with, you talk all the time. They start going through a stressful situation, say at work, and they might come over and not even talk about work, but their stress hits your guys' chords, and then some of their stress kind of transfers into you a little bit.
Yeah.
Stress is not even about you, has nothing to do with you. They're not upset with you, but you are still getting a little bit of that as a fallout. So it's just like regular use of etheric chords really helps just keep all the pipes clean so that you're not absorbing things from other people.
Okay, that makes complete sense. Perfect. And then you had mentioned Basil for my little dog who is having difficulty relaxing. It doesn't seem like he's responding to that too well.
How are you putting it on, or how you?
I was just putting a couple of drops on his spine and rubbing up and down.
Okay, that should do. Okay, so he's not responding to that.
No.
You know, sometimes what I have people do, I mean, we're already kind of doing it, but like we'll put a little bit of basil and a little bit of like alcohol or something, and then rub it in the spine so you get it into the skin. And then it dries. It's not oily like if you use sesame oil or something like that. And so you get it in there like kind of topically. It could be rubbing alcohol, it could be a little vodka, you know, it could be witch hazel, it could be just something that's going to dry up. I'd still try that to get it to the skin. With animals, you don't want to necessarily put the essential oil directly on the skin because it can be a little bit more irritating to them than us. So definitely mix it into something like how you're putting it, just like in fur and then rubbing it up and down. I mean, that's getting there, but I would still like to see some skin contact. But if that doesn't work, marjoram would probably be my next choice.
Okay. The question that I had was, you mentioned something when he's got dementia.
Yeah.
He's getting a little bit agitated when he doesn't see too well and he doesn't hear too well. So if I pick him up, if he doesn't see me coming, he smells fine, but if he doesn't see me coming, he can get agitated. And I wondered if you mentioned something for dementia for them to get. And I wondered if that would work with animals as well.
For animals, we've used marjoram for separation anxiety and just when the animal's anxious. I've had people diffuse marjoram in the room, and they said that does help. In extreme cases, we have used valerian essential oil or things like lavender and chamomile, but valerian tends to work a little bit stronger. That would be the next thing that I'd progress to, but you probably still might be able to knock that out with the marjoram.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then the next question, I mean, I have after a question, because I'm really focusing on this. So I have a friend who you actually know. Her mother has pretty severe dementia.
Mhm.
Still be knocked out with.
It probably could be, like, if it's really severe, like you can probably diminish it, but like in really severe cases, I've never made a really severe case like an undo it. Like it's always been like mild to moderate.
Yeah, it might be
Yeah.
moderate. I don't know. for
Yeah.
sure, But I wanted to ask, so if it's moderate, you've helped them pull them out?
Sometimes yes, sometimes no. Like there's been times where we've completely eradicated it and they've been fine afterwards. Sometimes we're able to stop the progression, and sometimes it backs off, but there's still a little bit of dementia there. And so yes, sometimes we have to augment the treatment other than things that we're talking about, but it's usually something that we have to evaluate case by case, because what starts to happen is like certain health issues might play a role. Certain thought processes may play a role, certain habits or behaviors. Like one of the big ones is I like to always check in with sleep, and I like to always check in with their breathing. After we do the things that we've already talked about, that's usually the next thing I check in with, like how are they sleeping and what's their breath like, because if the breath is off, it's not so much about the breathing, but like for the body, but it's basically what happens is they actually can become hypoxic, which just means lack of blood and oxygen to the brain. And so we want to increase potentials for getting oxygen to the brain. And so you look at like things like rosemary verbenin are a cephalic, which means it gets blood to the head. Then you look at the neck, you go through and you treat the neck because you have these two rope muscles that come down from behind the ear, and one attaches to the collarbone and one to the top of the breastbone there. And what happens is they pass over the carotid sinus. And so if they're really tight, they're compressing the carotid sinus and not as much blood gets up to the brain. And so if there's like a neck injury or tight neck or anything of that nature, that really has to kind of be treated as well. And then let's see.
I'm going to have them contact you. So
Okay, yeah.
Because then they can talk to you specifically.
Yeah.
And
Sure.
how would you define moderate and how would you define severe?
I usually kind of look at them and see like the transient I consider kind of mild, moderate. They have some cognitive function, but they have moments where they're completely out of it, and you kind of don't want to leave them around too much, but they're you can redirect them a bit. But when it's pretty severe, they're just they never quite have like clear moments. They're just
Okay.
like checked
So I
out.
think this person would be moderate then.
Okay.
So, I'll let her. I just want to dig into this a little bit and then
Sure.
her contact you about that.
Sure.
And I'm using the joint relief on my knees. The first
Mm-hmm.
time I used it, my knees hurt more, which I just thought would be, it's part of the cleansing.
Huh, that's odd, actually.
I
It
mean,
hurt more?
It hurt more. I've continued to use it, and I'm not seeing too much of a difference, but it's only been about a week I've been using it.
And we're talking about an arthritic condition, correct?
Right. And it was whatever starts at childhood. I've had this for years. Just a very light condition.
Describe the kind of pain that you're feeling. Like, is it sharp? Is it achy? Is it like what's happening?
It's achy, and it's right. It's not like there's the kneecap. It's right to the sides of the kneecap where it's a little bit softer.
Inside or outside?
Inside.
Does that feel like there's a little line that goes across from your kneecap?
You mean inside or outside? What do you mean by inside or outside?
Like on the inside of your kneecap, like towards your midline, or the outside towards the outer part of your body?
It's more inside in the middle, kind of. It's not one side. It's not one side versus another side.
Is it behind the kneecap? Like, does it feel like it's in the middle of the knee, like the center of the knee?
It feels like it starts on the sides of the kneecap and then radiates in, but it's more on the surface. Well, I can't say the surface.
Huh.
It's more, less on the deep inside,
Mhm.
a little more on towards the surface, not on the surface, but towards the surface of the knee. And I've had this for years. It runs in my family, and a lot of
Does your knee ever feel unstable, or it feels like it buckles or starts to go out?
there's times where it feels a little weak.
But has it ever like buckled or started to buckle?
When you say buckle, what?
Like it starts to like give out, like you're putting weight on it and it starts to feel like your knee's gonna come out from under you.
A couple times it's felt like that.
Okay, so what you're talking about, achiness is always some sort of lymphatic stagnation. So I mean, I haven't seen this too often, but sometimes what starts to happen, you get things moving and that area is detoxifying. And so it's just basically dumping material into the area, and it can overwhelm the lymphatic system. And so I would say treat a little bit higher, and I'd also treat behind the knee a bit. Like I'd treat behind the knee, and I'd even put a little bit of the joint relief like up in the groin area, like in the lymph node area, up around that area.
Okay.
But we might need to do a whole lymphatic thing on you and then go back to the knee. But there's one thing that I want to show you, because you're describing something that sounds potentially like a secondary issue that can come from an arthritic condition. And just let me find the.
I've been eating Health Raison after I put on the joint relief.
Mm-hmm.
See if that would do anything, if that would help movement. Is that a good idea? Or
Yeah, that can be good. But I want to show you this picture.
Okay.
And give me just a second to get this all together here.
Yeah. And while you're doing that, I want to thank you and Sam and the whole team. I mean, that's amazing. I just, like I've said before, I just didn't even know what your class was about. Fabi recommended it. I signed up, and it's become a big part of my life already. I'm really
thank you.
Grateful. Super grateful.
So thank you for that. Yeah.
I mean, I'm with you 2 nights a week on the weekend. It's great.
Okay, so here, let me know when it's up. Okay, so you see these areas.
Yes.
So the one that I'm thinking that you might have an issue with, there's the 2 X's. Like if you go to the middle one, like you see there's the lower X and the higher X, right?
Yes.
So on the left of that, the lower X has that pain pattern that's the inside of the knee like that. And then you see how the higher X has that radiating pain, that red pattern that kind of goes up the leg, right? Yeah. So these are trigger points that happen in the medial aspect of your quadricep. So if you look at the quadricep, it's a group of 4 muscles, and the one that comes from the top part of the femur and comes down and then attaches to that medial side or that inner part of the leg there, I think this is your issue. And if you look at that bottom X, part of what happens is when there's a trigger point there, it actually causes some pain that's you see that red spot, but it doesn't really do it justice because the pain actually goes all the way into like the center of the knee itself. Like it's not necessarily the back side, it's not necessarily the front side. It can be on the surface, but it kind of goes deeper in, and it actually, what it's doing is it's aggravating the ACL, you know, that ligament that's in the center of the knee.
Yes.
And what starts to happen is it irritates that for a period of time. And in extreme cases, I'm not saying this is your issue, but in extreme cases, it can be so destabilizing to the knee that it actually causes the ACL to spontaneously rupture. You're far from that. So please don't think that I'm implying that. I'm not.
Yeah, no.
But you can see in the extreme where, you know, much lesser versions of that irritate the ligament, and you get like a form of like kind of tendonitis, like deep in the knee. And so
I can show you where it's hurting if you like.
Okay, he's asking.
I can show you where it's hurting if you like. Okay. So click to okay. So right over, can I draw on this?
No, but we can see.
I
the
can
mouse.
follow the thing.
Oh, you can see my mouse? Okay.
Yeah.
Right over here is on the sides of the kneecap, and then it goes deep like within, but it's right on the sides. It's not in the middle, And that's where it really hurts. And it's always hurt there.
But does it go deep into the knee?
Yeah, it does.
Yeah. So when I say middle here, like, you know, because I'm not using anatomical terms, the middle, I mean like deep in the knee, like not on the kneecap, like you're almost like in the center of the knee, not front, not back, like it's like deeper in the knee itself. The way that you describe that looks a little meniscus oriented, like the way you kind of go side to side like that.
Yeah.
But, you know, that's usually part of the arthritis. And so this is what I would suggest to try. I mean, you could do it with the joint relief, but if you had marjoram, I would put a few drops of marjoram in that area of the bottom little X that's on that part of your leg.
Yes.
And then get in with your fingertips, like if this is that part of your quadricep, you're going to get in and just kind of with your fingertips, you're just going to kind of dig and do like a friction of back and forth and little circular motions. And you're kind of looking for an area where it's a little bit more tender than the other spots. And a lot of times when you push on it, it will radiate pain into some of the areas that are a little bit compromised, because you're hitting that area that's like you're getting a neurological response that's radiating the pain. It just shows that area is a thing. A lot of times trigger points are this whole chain reaction that goes through the system, but you could say that the trigger points can happen because of it's like severe lymphatic stagnation, blocked lymph nodes, excessive amounts of inflammation. Like my second set of knee surgeries was that my one part of my knee got so inflamed that the inflammation turned to tissue and formed its own blood supply. Like that's how crazy inflammation can be in some of these areas. And so you get these like weird little anomalies that are not kind of normal for certain things. And so, you know, my situation is very, very extreme, but inflammation like hardened and formed its own blood supply and became tissue. Like that's crazy. Like the doctor was like, that's nuts. I said, how often does it happen? And he goes, it happens. It doesn't happen like a lot, but it happens. And so this idea of keeping the lymph moving, you're moving the inflammatory material out of the area, you're detoxifying the area, and you're wanting to unwind some of the tissue so that blood and lymph can move through the area. And I suspect that this spot on the medial part of your quadricep is actually probably a little bit compromised. And so if you usually just rub it for a little bit, and you gotta do it consistently, like one time's not gonna do it. Like if you treat it, like even if it's just once or twice a week, it'll probably unwind in a little while. Like the first time or two you do it, it might be a little tender to the touch for a day or two. But after that, you can start rubbing it on a regular basis. But that will unwind some of the issue with the knee itself. And, you know, the thing that doesn't get talked about a lot of times with arthritic kinds of conditions is secondary aspect of this can be tendonitis. Like, you know, you have different forms of tendonitis depending on the joint and where it's at and how much it's used. Is it weight bearing? Is it tied to a bunch of motion? You know, there's all kinds of things that can happen. And one of the byproducts, it doesn't happen every time, but tendonitis can happen in these situations. And so you can rotate using some things that reduce inflammation. And if you wanted to go stronger for reducing inflammation and potentially reducing tendon-oriented disruptions, you know, be it tendonitis or irritation or a strain, is that combination that we were talking about just a little bit ago of helichrysum and equal parts of Eucalyptus citrodora. And that combination, it's very anti-inflammatory and it's really super good for reducing the issue with the tendon. And so really chronic arthritic issues. I mean, I use it sometimes with people with hip issues, with knee issues. I use it a lot in the back and the SI joint. But I mean, it might be something that we need to maybe play with you for a little bit. I try this trigger point thing first, see if that brings some relief. But then if that doesn't bring relief, let's take it to the next step. And then if that doesn't work, then I think we need to maybe do like a lymphatic flush on you and then go back and revisit the things that we started with.
Okay, so the thing you told me to start with was the joint relief?
Yes.
Okay. In those 4 X's, where those 4 X's were on the diagram?
Yeah, you could put joint relief there, but if you have marjoram, I'd use marjoram. If you don't,
okay,
you have basil, so you could use basil, or you could use the joint relief as well. But I would probably go marjoram if you had it.
Okay, well, I can order it. I'm gonna order it.
Well, let's just see with things that you have. Like, so if you don't have marjoram, jump into the basil.
Okay.
And I mean, you're more than welcome to order marjoram, but we're kind of experimenting. And so like, I'd like just to see what happens when you go through and treat it like this and go from there. You can mix it with a little bit of lotion and that way it diffuses the basil a little bit, and then really just use the massage oil or lotion to break it up more. If you don't have a lotion or a massage oil, just go get some olive oil from the kitchen or something. You know, just a little, like a teaspoonful, and then put several drops in, and then just get in and just really rub into that area.
So start with the basil, and then should I use the joint relief after that, or just start with basil?
I would still keep the joint relief on the knee. Since you have basil, no need to put joint relief up higher.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll give that a try. And for the dog, just a couple drops of alcohol, and then the basil.
Yeah, like, you know, if it's rubbing alcohol, just like put some rubbing alcohol in the cap, add a few drops, pour it in your hand, rub it together, and then just go against the fur, like from the tail to the head, and just rub it into the skin.
Okay. Okay, super. Thank you, Greg.
You're so welcome.
Thank you. Thank you.
And then go ahead, Peggy, then Ralph.
Hey, Peggy.
Hi there. Okay, so 2 things. One of them, I told you I went to the dentist and he goes, yeah, we're going to do a crown and a root canal. And I'm going, no root canal. He says, no root canal. I said, no. He says, you think too much. I thought, oh dear. But anyway, he had a hypnotic suggestion for me when I got out of the chair after the crown prep. And he says, now I didn't do root canal, but if you wake up in the middle of the night with shooting pains, we'll have to do one. I thought, boy, that's a hypnotic suggestion if ever I've heard one. But bless his heart. So I went back to get my crown seated, and he says, "You have any pain?" I said, "Not even a twinge." He goes, "You lucky." He's Chinese. Anyway, so I just went like, "No, I'm drinking clove oil. Just shut up." Anyway, so I'm working on some home remedies before I do anything else. Okay, so thank you. The other thing is my girlfriend just spent total week at least with her father, who was actively dying, and he did transition, and she was there, which is good. We are probably going to have lunch together. Should I just take some etheric cords and some rue and put etheric cords on one wrist and let her inhale it, and then put some rue on her other wrist and let her inhale it?
How long ago did this happen?
Last week.
And it was her father.
It was her father, and she was, yeah, she was with, right with him.
Yeah, I wouldn't probably for that. I probably wouldn't worry too much about the rue. You could have her inhale the etheric cords, but I would. How is she in the grieving process?
She's kind of in shock, but she's pretty.
Take some tarragon. Do probably more than even the etheric cords for her. Like when I'm looking at her, like I'd be more concerned about her process rather than what we were talking about earlier. Like I would get her some tarragon or marjoram would be the two things that I would either one, just one or the other.
And just let her
yeah, just
and inhale it.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, she's very down to earth, and she really had a good. She's from out of town, living out of town, but she came down and she had some really quality time with him.
Oh, good.
And I think she's really at peace with it. And I just thought, if there's something to throw on her while we're having lunch.
Yeah.
Now, should I just give her some marjoram and?
Yeah, I give her something. She's gonna need it for a little while.
And just to let her apply it and inhale it?
Just inhale it out of the bottle is probably good enough. Yeah. I mean, if she wants to put it on, that's great. But even if she just inhales it a couple of times a day, 15, 20 times, and then doing that maybe twice a day would be helpful. The marjoram actually helps with the grieving process. The tarragon helps a little bit more with the shock. So,
yeah, it wasn't a shock. So the
Yeah.
grieving, I think, would be okay. Thank you.
You're so welcome.
And go ahead, Ralph.
Hey, Ralph.
Hey, Greg, another question on etheric cords and rue.
Uh-huh.
So etheric cords and rue, typically those would just be inhale, or would those be topical also?
Mostly inhale. Like I do like from time to time to either take a salt bath or put a body tonic on with the etheric cords. I think it feels really, really super good. But I haven't really been talking about that too much when we talk about like in classes and things.
Yeah.
Inhalation does a lot. But from time to time, I like to just do like a little tune-up where I just go through and do like a salt bath with it. Yeah. And I always feel so good afterwards. I'm like, I should do this again. And like, even if I do it like 2 or 3 times in a row, that first one, I feel a lot better. Second one, I feel like, oh, I took a salt bath, but I don't feel like amazing afterwards. I feel good. But like, if I haven't done it for a while and take a salt bath, I come out and I go, I feel amazing. So from time to time, I think it's good just to kind of clean things up, but inhalation really probably gets a lot of it.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, good.
Yeah.
And yeah, okay, thanks.
You're so welcome.
Greg, can you please share about the upcoming class, Achieving 4 Levels of Bliss? And it's different, more higher level. It's a little not clear, but is it a different, more higher level than our other spiritual classes?
Yeah, this is actually focusing specifically on the mental body and how we process information and the 4 stages that the mind goes through and processing either external stimuli or stimuli from the body. And so you could almost say, yes, it's a type of spiritual practice it's more mental than anything, but you could almost say that it's a form of psychological healing that is really super specific to the mental body. You know, it's like how our mental body responds to certain things, how it generates information, and then what it does with the information. And so, you know, it's addressing like the initial response, the instinctive responses, and then the formation of viewpoints, or like what we would call opinions or viewpoints. And then after that, the more critical thinking, where you're processing the details and trying to figure out what to do about things. And then later, the last part turns into the repetitive thoughts and like behaviors and things where it starts to impact the prefrontal cortex. And so less clinical applications, like we're not going to be going through and unwinding the physiology like we've done in some of the things in the past. Like, you know, there was a materialization class where we really spent time unwinding some of the aspects of the prefrontal cortex. This is almost like the journey from an external event up into the mind and how it gets integrated into the mind. And at each phase, like when you get it, the first phase kind of regulated, it produces a kind of bliss or stillness. And then when you regulate the second level, it's an even deeper level of bliss and stillness. And then the third is, you know, it's starting to do more of the critical thinking. And again, it reaches deeper. And so when you're saying bliss, it is really kind of a way of saying when there are like stages of integration between the heart and mind. And when the integration of the heart and mind really starts to sink in, you know, the level of bliss or sometimes referred to as ananda becomes greater, but there's like levels of degrees of it. And so each one you have to kind of cultivate before you can cultivate the next one. But each one you have to cultivate for a little bit before it produces the result. It's like planting a seed that then produces something, right? And so by going through and doing this, it does change the way that we process the information in the mental body. It doesn't release things like, the reason why I didn't use the term psychotherapy is it's not about necessarily releasing something. It's more about calming down the series of like agitation, or sometimes when things get overstimulated, they flip and they do the opposite. So a lot of times our mental processes are doing in either agitated response or it's flipped and it's doing like the opposite of what it's supposed to do. And so it's a way of just gently going through and re-educating these pieces so that they function properly and you're able to achieve greater levels of peace and stillness, integration of the heart and mind, but then it becomes easier to have things like greater activation of the blue pearl, but it's not really what we're shooting for, but greater levels of the one, because even oneness, there's different kinds of oneness. And the oneness here that we're talking about is the oneness between your inner world and your outer world. And even a little bit between the brain, but it's more the inner world and the outer world. And eventually, there's like almost a realization that they're actually the same thing, but the mind actually cuts off the connection between the outer world and the inner world. And so there's like an unwinding of that of sorts. You know, I was looking at different ways of trying to explain it, and there's just like, even in some of the traditions where I was going through and looking at like how they said it, there's just no great explanation, because it's really tied more to a mystical practice rather than like an academic practice. So you're involving these processes, and it's hard to talk about some of these things because there's not really terminology for them. And so you kind of are being guided to a particular like state or place. And then when you get there, it's like something happens, and then you eventually end up into this other place, and then something else happens. And so it's a little bit like that. Think of it as an extension of the foundation for mystical healing. It is the next phase going into the mind with what we did in the mystical foundation class.
And go ahead, Marianne.
In regards to the upcoming workshop, I'm very aware that I think too much, and it interferes with my experience in pure awareness. I mean, I had an experience today. Once I could get out of my thoughts, you know, the pure awareness was right there. So I'm wondering, do I need to focus more on where I'm at before making the leap to the upcoming? Am I
for the class?
if I signed up for the upcoming?
No, like it would be something that it would help you with that process. You know, like how we're doing that thing where we're doing the body awareness and then external. You know, all of this is leading to something that's even like something we're building into, but it's helping to facilitate that and help it to go even deeper. You know, because a lot of times we're talking about the same kind of topic, but there's like different levels of depth to it. So it takes the things that we've been doing and it pushes it a bit deeper into the inner aspects. And anytime you go deeper inward, you also are able to go further outward. Like, you know, you kind of, the more you go in, the more you go out. Where like, even when you look outward and you're perceiving something, if you think about it, like your ability to perceive outward, like when it develops depth, you start to be able to see the consequences of actions or potential actions. That's like having further depth looking outward. And so the more you go in, the more you can see further out. And you almost can start adjusting yourself before something happens because you can see how things are playing out a little bit.
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
Yes, it does.
Yeah.
Yes. Thank you.
Yeah, you bet.
Is it better to do yesterday's recording and join the upcoming class? Maybe they missed yesterday's recording, mystical.
No, you don't have to do the study group. No. I mean, I thought it was kind of interesting. Like, it's not what I thought was going to play out, but it was an interesting topic. I was like, man, we should just piggyback that right on the back end of the recording for the class, because it was really taking things and then using it specifically for problem solving. I didn't think we were going to get to that until later in the year, but you know, all the winds were right yesterday, and so we jumped right into it. Yeah.
A little bit more of a technical question. What else is the Lovage Body Tonic good for?
The Lovage Body Tonic, so again, helps reduce fluid retention, improves kidney function. But one of the things that Lovage is really amazing for is it helps to purify or detoxify like physical tissue, like detoxifying the tissue. So wherever you put it, it actually helps kind of clean things up a little bit. And, you know, going back to what we were talking about yesterday in the Foundations of Mystical Healing, the blend for Orange Healer is very similar, which also has lovage, by the way. It's basically detoxifying the tissues that could be from inflammation, from fluid retention, from metabolic waste, from lactic acid or uric acid in the body, arthritic conditions, any of these things. It just helps to detoxify the tissue. It tones up some of the veins and helps move some of the lymph. And so it's a way to topically detoxify areas of your body. Yeah, feels really super good, by the way. Oh my God, it feels so good. I put some on last night after we were talking about all those things. I was like, let's do a little, lovage body tonic, and it was amazing. It felt so good on my back.
Does it help with fascia?
Anytime you detoxify, that's always good for fascia. Anytime you stimulate lymphatic movement is always good for fascia. I wouldn't say that it's necessarily for fascial release, but it's definitely in the vein of working the fascia, like definitely.
And just so you guys know, I am going through your chat questions. I just want to make sure we get them all here. But if there was any that I missed, just let me know. Someone is asking for the lymphatic technique oils. I let them know you'll be getting the oil list for the lymphatic technique class up on the website, maybe even as early as today.
Yeah, I have them. I just need to, we'll go through and we'll make a little kit that if you guys want to just buy a kit or something, but I'll post all the oils. You're probably going to have most of the oils. So, there's no big new thing that's there, but I would call this like a way to go through and flush out the lymphatic system afterwards. Or doing this technique is flushing out the lymphatic system. I did it I don't know, a little while ago, and oh God, it felt so good. It felt so good. But it's just nice to go through and clean things up from time to time. It's good to clean things up for any aches or pains that you have, but also just aches and pains in the body, and just to go through and detoxify things so that it just keeps everything nice and balanced. And it also improves immune function and neurological function, things of this nature, cognitive function, because of the effect on the endocrine system. And so, yeah, we'll post that up today. I have the list already. I haven't made the little kit yet.
And go ahead, Letty, then Dorothy.
Mm-hmm. Hey, Miss Letty.
Did I make it so you can unmute?
Yeah, I got it. Okay.
Hey.
Hi, Greg and Sam. How are y'all doing?
Doing good.
Okay, so Greg, this might be a little bit long, so I know we're like ending at 3, but maybe just if I can just tell you, and then you can get back with me. But one of my coworkers, the mom that we've been kind of working with on cutting cords, that worked at the prison for so many years.
Mm-hmm.
Well, she was just diagnosed with breast cancer.
Okay.
So the daughter who's my coworker, is having a real hard time with that. She's very upset, very angry. And I'm sure it's going to be, a process for both of them. But is that going to be like a lot of like steps into this? Because I want to help out like with, how she's feeling, but then I also want to help out with like some pranic healing. Is that going to be
you lost me at the very end there. Like what? So what's out? We're working on the mom with the cancer, or the
both, like, because she's very upset, and the daughter is.
The daughter for being upset.
I mean, and I know we have a section in the class that we did. I think it was for allergies, for anger, but
I would treat it a little bit more with probably tarragon. Like,
okay,
it's a little bit of a shock. It's a displacement. Yeah. It's bringing up some stuff. Like any time with like a parent-child situation, when the parent is, it's not to say that she's going to pass from this, but there's the potential of that. You know, it's a serious thing. It brings up things that are a little bit unresolved, and usually the child, you know, regardless of age. You know, regardless of age. I mean, it's just mechanically what happens. It's a biological thing, and so I would try just calming down that initial response with like tarragon or benzoin, maybe even marjoram, but tarragon would probably be my go-to thing. There's going to be some anger there. There's going to be some processing, and when people are in the, like really in the middle of the anger crisis, Melissa is probably your best bet. Chamomile is a great economic way to treat it, but like when people have like really hardcore anger issues, Melissa is a little bit like the go-to thing. And so
would you see her kind of like in that stage where she's more of a Melissa, or you think my coworker would be more?
I always like to try to like calm the shock of the situation down and then see where they're at, but she looks pretty angry.
Yeah. And she said she's gonna let us know on Monday, but she wanted to contact me and like tell me personally, because you know I've been helping her with her mom. I cut cords again, and she said like the cough did like diminish, but now we have this whole like other thing now with cancer.
Yeah.
So you think the mom needs tarragon as well to kind of help? Like, I mean, I'm sure it would be shocking, right? Like for. And when I scanned her, I felt like more was on the left side. So I asked, and she said, yeah. The left breast.
You know, the thing with breast cancer is it can be there's different reasons why it happens. I mean, a lot of times it's hormonal. You know, there's some issue with the hormones that throws things, and but one of the things that can happen with women is especially with bras with the underwire, you know, like underneath.
Yeah.
It cuts off the movement of lymph, and basically that area of their body gets kind of toxic. And so they have like a lot of times a lot of impacted nodes and things like that. And at this point, if like cancer's there, it's like
so are you saying we shouldn't wear those type of bras?
with the underwire, they are constricting to lymphatic movement. I mean, just bras in general, a little bit, but when they have the metal in them, they can be a lot more constricting to lymphatic movement. I mean, they make everything look nice, but they are constricting. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And
but like okay, let's just say we wear them like just to work, and then come home and you know we
rub some lymphatic oil on like the armpits and like the chest area. It doesn't have to be daily, but just from time to time, just to keep everything moving there. And you want to keep the lymph nodes like relatively healthy in that area. It doesn't mean if you wear the bra that's what's going to happen, but there has been studies with that women who wear the bra with the underwire, there's a greater potential for cancer than women who don't.
Okay.
And I mean, I can't remember what the numbers are. It was done really super long time ago, but I mean, I would look at the lymph nodes and everything, but the complicating factor here is, you know, she worked at the prison and she had people being really projecting a lot of hostility towards her. And so like, that's why I'm like, I kind of don't know what to say. Cause like, there's like a few different things that you could treat. I mean, I'd still probably clean up the stuff that you're doing, but I'd really probably double down on like what we would call psychic projection, psychic attack kind of stuff in the basic Ming Men sex chakra areas. I would probably go there first before I did anything else. I'm gonna say that's probably more a factor than the other things. I mean, I could be wrong, but
Basic, Meng Meng, and what else you said? Sorry.
sex chakra. Yeah. Every once in a while, it can be navel. I mean, you'll feel them in the solar plexus, but it's usually a byproduct of what's going on down below. Basic, and even the Ming Men is because the basic is so contaminated, but it's usually basic and sex chakra. You could also clean up the arms and legs, especially the legs. That can be helpful, but I would do that. I mean, the cancer's already in motion. Topically, Yarrow is, do we know, is the cancer well defined or poorly defined? Basically, is it inflammatory or not inflammatory?
Yeah,
Usually for breast cancer, it's usually inflammatory.
she yeah, I didn't go really into details.
So with inflammatory tumors, you go with Yarrow. Yarrow is your thing. You could have them taken internally, but the thing that I do sometimes with the inflammatory tumors is, like, say the tumor is right here, I put several drops. Oh, like we're gonna, okay, so say the tumor is right here, I put several drops of the Yarrow there, and then kind of work it into the skin, and then take like a moist paper towel that's got a lot of moisture, like it's wet and you didn't wring it, so it's like it's dripping water, and then put it on top of the area with the Yarrow. And the Yarrow and the water, like the Yarrow doesn't like the water, so it like moves away from the water, and so it's a way to drive the Yarrow into the tumor site, right? And the Yarrow will shrink up the tumor, but this is what you have to keep in mind when you're dealing with an inflammatory tumor, is it's constantly going like this. It's big and then it's small. And so people go, oh, it's getting smaller. It's just because it's going through the cycle of when it's gone small. It doesn't mean it's the tumor shrinking, because in the expanded state, it still might be getting bigger, right? So just because it's gotten smaller, that doesn't mean anything. And the reason why I was asking, is it poorly defined or well defined, is poorly defined tumors have these like little like roots or strings that come off of it that then go into other tissue, where a well-defined tumor is just like a little ball sitting there. There's no little things coming off of it. And so as that pumps, it starts to do things through those little roots, like that's how it's spreading. And so you want to keep it always kind of in the more condensed state, which the Yarrow does help, but and doing healing, almost all of it's going to be dark blue. Like when you're treating it, like dark blue on the tumor site. Just keep shrinking it. Just keep shrinking it, because you're not just shrinking it, you're reducing the activity. And when you look at cancer, it's chaotic cell growth. So it's basically agitated cell growth. So by continually shrinking it, you're reducing the activity and you're reducing the rate of growth substantially. And so, there's different approaches depending on her physician, like how they approach it and how they do like surgery or non-surgery or like chemo. Like there's actually protocols with the physician where sometimes they don't even do chemo in some of these things. Like they're able to treat it without chemo, but each doctor has their little like routine that they do. And we'll just adapt to whatever that doctor is particularly doing, but depending on what it is, you can be kind of aggressive with that. I also always Pine oil is really super good for tumor sites. Lemon is good, but with inflammatory ones, yarrow is probably your best bet. But you could still have her also using like kind of big dosages of pine, like just good old fashioned like Sylvester pine.
And
Yeah.
the Sylvester pine is going to be on site, or it's going to be inhaled?
Just like several drips on the wrist, like probably 8-10 drops on the wrist 2 or 3 times a day.
What about Sweet Annie, Greg? Would that help any?
For this, probably not.
No.
No. I mean, it might make her feel nicer, but for the cancer sites themselves, probably not.
Okay.
Yeah. Has she had a lot of viral activity over the last like 10, 20 years? Does she have like a lot of outbreaks of shingles? Does she have lots of colds and flus every season? Is there like, the mouth sores? Does she have those a lot?
I'm gonna have to ask all that, but for the
Yeah.
most part, I
It
remember
doesn't, it doesn't mean anything, like it doesn't mean anything, and it doesn't mean that those things caused it. But I like to watch like how viruses cycled through the body over the last like 5-10 years prior, because I think there's a close connection between viruses and cancer growth. And just because somebody has viruses doesn't mean that that's going to happen. But once somebody has cancer, I like to watch like what was going on with viral activity, because like you can almost kind of predict how the cancer is going to behave because of past viral activity. You don't always get access to any of that, but like I'm always just a little bit curious just to see.
Okay. I do remember the daughter saying, my coworker saying that her mom has always been like, really healthy, other than that cough that she had for so long that they couldn't, they did all sorts of tests and like all sorts of doctors, and they never figured out what it was. Wasn't diagnosed as asthma, wasn't diagnosed as emphysema or anything. They just didn't know. But other than that, she made a comment that her mom has always felt like she was really healthy, other than just that bad cough.
Yeah. Yeah.
But that's this is a good place to start at. At least
Yeah.
I know, 'cause I told her that I would take her something on Monday or tomorrow to work to help her with, because I knew she was really angry.
Yeah.
And I don't want her to go down that route of like just drinking, trying to.
Yeah. Tritargon, and second would be benzoin, maybe.
Okay. Thank you
Yeah.
so much.
You're so welcome.
Someone's wondering just what the best lymph oil for the bra issue would be.
The lymphatic bud. Yeah. That or bay laurel by itself. Yeah.
And go ahead, Dorothy.
Hey, Dorothy.
Real quick.
Mhm.
I wrote down to reduce inflammation having to do with dementia, take heavy doses, and then it ended. I don't know what.
Well, I mean, it depends, but like for reducing inflammation in the body, you would do like black cumin or turmeric or frankincense and myrrh together. Frankincense and myrrh is a good choice. Black cumin's a good choice. Turmeric is also, all of them are solid choices. Even ginger, like ginger could be thrown in that mix as well.
Ginger.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. The three wise men, would that work there?
Yeah, that's frankincense and myrrh. That's several types of frankincense and a couple types of myrrh. And so it's like frankincense supreme and myrrh supreme combined to make three wise men. Yeah.
And you said piriformis syndrome, and I put sciatica there.
Mm-hmm.
And I got peppermint and pain relief.
Pain relief neuropathic. Like there's different kinds of pain relief that we make. Yeah, so it's specific for nerve pain, and you would put that on the low back and on the hip itself, like the butt cheek itself.
And what about down? I feel a pain from my hip down towards my knee
On the back, on the side, down the front,
side.
the side. And it's sharp or is it achy?
Achy.
You can still try some of those same things, but you might even just try some marjoram down the side of your leg.
Okay, I'll plan
That
on.
actually could be a type of tendonitis. The biggest tendon on your body runs down the side of your leg. And sometimes you'll get a thing called iliotibial band syndrome. And it's just basically that big giant tendon gets super irritated and it will like kind of burn and ache. And it's actually a form of tendonitis. So if it doesn't respond to the marjoram, you can try doing the helichrysum and the Eucalyptus citrodora together on that. But probably try the marjoram first.
Okay. Thank you.
You're so welcome.
A question. Many years ago, I had the Kundalini go up. I was very connected to the divine, could feel the love all the time. I'm very intuitive and very psychic. Since then, I can't stay awake to meditate. It feels like protection.
That's probably body congestion, like the joints especially sometimes can get very congested with that. And then when you start to have your meditation experiences, it can get a little bit overwhelming. Like the body gets, it's not overwhelming to the emotions and the mind, but it's overwhelming to the body. And so sometimes the congestion clears, but there's still a little bit of the channels are a little bit blocked. So you can try doing mugwort on the joints, just dab it on each of the joints. And if that doesn't help, then I would try taking some baths with like say health rays, or for that I like to do coffee a lot, like coffee baths, soak in coffee for a little while. I like to do them from time to time just as maintenance. But if the body gets too overwhelmed with deep meditation, which is always a potential. It is always a potential. And then just movements, like just, moving the arms and legs and wrists and all that.
So that could help with not falling asleep during meditation.
Yeah, the falling asleep is, the body's usually getting a little bit overwhelmed, Yeah. Yeah, and honestly, it doesn't matter how long you've been meditating, that can creep up on you at any time, any place. And I've been times where I was doing deep meditations and I was right there, and they're like, oh, I'm just gonna do a little simple meditation, and then knocked me right out. Right. So it's not even so much even the potency of the meditation, it's just sometimes the body gets a little congested, and it just takes a little bit to clean things up and get the channels moving again. Like if you ever watch those Christian shows where the preacher up on the stage goes up and like hits somebody on the forehead or touches their jaws, and then they fall and pass out, from the healing, that is congestion. Like that is literally what happens with congestion. And so I remember there was this one preacher, he would go and touch people in the jaws. And I remember asking Master Cho about it, and he kind of laughed. He goes, yeah, people get more congested. Like you get congested quicker that way. And he goes, and then people pass out. He goes, it makes for a better show, because part of that show is the people pass out. And so he goes, he's touching them on the jaws. There's still the transference of energy, but it knocks the person out.
Go ahead, Romy.
Hey, Romy.
Got to get you unmuted here first.
Yes, I was going to ask you. I've been to those healing services, and I've actually stood like that to make sure that they wouldn't do that. But no, when I'm meditating, sometimes what happens is you knock me out. it's all of a sudden after a meditation, I'm really, my eyes are closing. It's like, I just want to go to sleep.
Well, especially
And
if we're
rest.
doing Lama yoga or Dion, like whatever we call where we do the body awareness, that's deeply relaxing. And so like with that kind of meditation, I mean, it still could be body congestion, but sometimes what's happening there is you're shifting out of like a fight flight kind of response in the body. And when that calms down, you'll get a little sleepy, or you're also processing the energy a little bit. And so that can be a little bit overwhelming as well. Like if it's happening, I mean, I'd still check into the congestion, but especially that meditation, like the Lama yoga stuff that we do like on Wednesday nights and things, it's pretty deeply relaxing. Like it's.
And let me ask you, like,
Mhm.
sometimes when we put our hands up like this,
Mhm.
I feel, I don't know, my kid says, because I was trying to explain it to my daughter, and she was saying, no, it's probably static. But I feel vibration through it.
Yeah, I mean that's the point. Is when you go like this, like the.
But it's with heat. It's it's really interesting. I don't know. Is that normal or?
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of what we're shooting for. I mean, if you have the feeling or not, we're still, energy is releasing through the hands. And when you go from like this to this, where you curl down the outer two fingers, it amplifies it substantially. So when you curl down those outer two fingers, way more energy passes through. And so as the energy passes through, you're also being energetically cleaned up as you're blessing. So two things are happening. You're radiating energy to an area, and then at the same time, you're purifying the body.
Yeah, because that's been happening, and it was like, I didn't know if it's weird or what. I've never had that happen before, so this is good.
Well,
My
good.
daughter says it's probably static, Mom, and I go, no, I'm serious. It's
Good for you.
okay. Thank you.
You're so welcome.
Thank you. Alrighty.
And thank you guys for a great study group here. Still got you going if you have a party to go to, so.
Okay, guys, thanks for joining us. And remember, we have our study group Tuesday night and a little practice, and the Metatron study group on Wednesday. And then next weekend is the 4 levels of bliss that we talked about for a little bit. And we have a following weekend, a free study group on the lymphatic class, or the lymphatic techniques. And, we'll post the oils for that, but it should be a lot of you guys should have the oils already, most likely. So anyway,